live. I'm live, you say. Okay. I shall try to believe you. Hopefully someone will pop in to say hello. That, in that fashion, allow me to know it. Okay. Well, I had best start preparing for painting then, I suppose. Oh, it's tricky, this stuff. Yeah. Info. Oh, I can do like that. Good. Right. Yeah. Okay. Let's just set things up here. Maybe a little lower. Hello. I'm nearly set up. Just oh, okay. No, that didn't work as planned. Now then, possibly lowering, getting the area we're working in into view. Kind of, sort of. How did we do this last time? So we avoided the glare. Hello, Sonny. Welcome. We'll start like that. I'll just prepare my paints. What did I call this? Staff of creativity or something? Staff of painting. Yeah. What was its name last stream? Staff of art. Sounds very nice. Paint thinner. A goodly sized container. How are things in Sonny space? Well, I hope. Rachel! Ooh, it's been forever! Welcome! I'm happy to see you here. I do perceive that you've been following me closely on Patreon though, so I know you know what I'm up to in general. How are you? And you know that I've been following you on YouTube, so... Can't wait to see more of that big painting you're working on. It's truly a delight. I've been streaming not terribly much, but quite a bit, but chiefly on Twitch lately. Grabs huge stick. Yes, indeed I do. Just uploaded the latest update to Patreon actually, but it's a very tiny one. Come on. Oh, right, there's my tissue paper. Do a bit more cleaning here. I'm a bit afraid to get paint on this shirt, this sweater, because it's one of my favorites, but the one I'm usually painting is in the laundry basket at the moment. So. Yes, I gather as much. How's Unicycle? Is the music meant to be doing this, or is it? I hope so. How's Unicycle practice? I get the impression that you're doing very well. It's nice. Come on, I just want to get to, just want to start painting. Oh, I guess I could roll my sleeves up. That would be a start. Yes, as long as it's not, what do you know, terribly violent or disturbing or something like that, then sure, you can say something. Okay, that definitely qualifies as something you're allowed to say. Thank you, son. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. Okay, time for actual paint on palette. That is also why I like this sweater so much. It fits me very well. I'm glad people agree. Do you know what? Oh, Gabsy, hello! Or hey, as it might be. We've had, I think this is the mildest winter I've ever experienced here. Well, have I been? And yes, I spent. No, it was actually colder when I was in Italy one winter. I lived in Italy one winter, but it was mid-Italy, but I was living on a small mountain, a city on a small mountain, so it was just about the same sort of temperature we usually have here, but it was colder than it is now. I have barely seen snow. I haven't seen snow on the ground this year, and that's in this area. That's never happened to me before, ever, in my now 38 years. I've seen some snow fall one day. That was in November. It's barely worth mentioning. No, we usually have. By this time, we will have had like a couple of weeks worth of snow. Usually disjointed, but still. And the regular temperatures are like between, speaking Celsius here, by the way, 5 and 10. Whatever that might be, like 50, around 50, or 50 to 60 maybe in Fs, Fahrenheit. What's going on in chat? Tackle hugs, nice. We're very glad to have you, Rachel. Oh, didn't you do that before, Sonny? I seem to remember you being in agony one stream. Right, red paint. Oh, right, I should advertise in the Discord. Mando's been hounding me lately about advertising in my streams, and I mean, why not? Overextended your leg, what did you say? Oh, that's so bad. Take it easy for a while. Actually, I woke up with a really annoying ache in my neck muscle. Actually, like the middle of my back. It might have been, shall we say, echo from weightlifting yesterday, although I did feel a twinge just towards the end of yesterday's workout. Then I guess I must have been sleeping in a weird position or something. Made it all better by going running though. I can barely feel it now. Running is great healing. Sometimes. That's not actually great advice. But if you have like just feeling a little bit of pain, and not in your legs, mind you. I guess in little pain in your legs you can go running, but it depends on the pain. You have to know yourself. There we go. Now we've promoted ourselves as well. Mando is also streaming. Oh dear. Well, please greet her from me. Say hello. You can tell her I'll probably be streaming when she's ending. I know she's streaming quite long nowadays, but I intend for this to be quite a long one. Ooh, Rachel, maybe does Twitch have those limitations on streaming from mobile devices? Or could you do that on Twitch? You so desperately wanted to. I remember your plein air streams that you did long ago, when I was but a lad. Okay. Now for the mixing. Oh, should I? Some palette. Why didn't I do this? I used to do this at the beginning of my painting streams. This is better than looking at the canvas where nothing's happening, right? We need a bookshelf color. Okay, so this pupils is how you mix bookshelf color. Take red and yellow. Provided you only work with these three primary colors and black and white. Bit of black to achieve the darker brown. Yes, we will be doing a bit of bookshelves today too, because they aren't entirely finished. We shall be doing spiral staircase. Some spiral staircase action for this stream. Can you believe it? Oh, I say that often, do I? Well, I like it myself, so glad to hear it. And Luna, hello. Welcome. I was wondering if you'd find me here on the tube. But yeah, you've been in this tube stream before too. Luna and I went for a long walk in Tokyo the other day, so to speak. I think it was only her in my stream. I think there were a couple of bots as well attending, but I think Luna was the only actual viewer. And I, being opportunistic in a sense, just ended up by showing clips from Tokyo and talking about Tokyo. It was a nice stream. I studied. It was the first time ever I studied kanji live. If that's something that would interest you guys to see more of, do tell, because I do that all the time and I love it. And I guess it's kind of interesting for a lot of people. It can certainly be beautiful. Can I show what I... But which studying kanji for me means writing compounds, longer words with chaining kanji together, and Just trying to remember their meaning. Press X on top left of the emojis for computer. Ooh, oops, top right. Oh, okay, that's instructions. Yes, do that, Sammy. I think everyone else here has seen those clips, various train rides and such. So that's why I mean I was opportunistic. I showed some of my favorite clips. By the way, this Luna, this is also from Tokyo. And I'm going to be showing, there are 2 clips here that I recorded, one after the other, because I walked, and this was completely new for me at the time. I'd never been here, walking across here, and it was the best possible experience you can have when recording, because I walked and I just kept finding more interesting, more beautiful stuff. As I come across here, you'll see I come into a very beautiful garden, and then a really interesting, like this place, a really interesting shopping center, and I filmed just about all of that, I believe. I don't remember where I stopped. Thank you, Rachel. You fell asleep 2 minutes before I started streaming. Do you mean the other day? I was so inspired by Mando. I was in Mando's stream the other day. I didn't know what to do really that evening, so now I feel like streaming. This should be a bit darker, I feel. I should perhaps not get so distracted with talking before I'm actually painting. So I stopped this just outside the shopping center, but then I thought, well, the shopping center might be really interesting. You know what? I actually think I walked through the shopping center, and then I thought, no, I need to film that too. So I went back to the place I stopped filming and started. So in a bit here, it will end. It will start It will start from the beginning, but then won't you shout at me at that point, and then I'll switch it up, so you'll see something new. I don't believe I've shown the second part of this. You see, I have shown this part on stream before, and there were some huge hornets right there. It had me a little bit worried for a while, but I don't think I managed to catch either on camera. Although if you see me swerving a lot, that's probably because I tried to catch those things. Okay, I think that's good enough for the norms. Yeah! Ooh, napkins from Espresso House. They're always useful. I tend to steal a few every time I'm there. Oh, wow. Long chat here. Gardens. I need to factory reset my laptop today. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. On the other hand, it's nice to start clean, right? Sometimes you can just, it probably runs like a clockwork. Waited for you to start streaming, and you announced your stream 50 minutes before I went to sleep, and didn't see your comment in the promotion channel. Huh? When? When are you referencing, Luna? Because you were here for my whole... Okay, I did like one 15-minute stream yesterday. And that was really short, and it was kind of pointless. Yes, also I told one of my friends where they can buy the prints. Are you talking about my prints? I think you spoke about that before. Some of your friends were interested in the prints. Thank you, Gabsy. No, Sonny, that sucks. I'm sad to hear that. So may I suggest investing in some sort of backup drive. I don't back up my stuff nearly often enough, but I do from time to time, and it feels good. It's good to do. Yes. So what I did yesterday, I had been. So my plan yesterday was to work on my art program, the new one that I'm making. But I just wanted to fix a few bugs in my game that I want to release, for download, Untrodden Lands. I want to make it available for download and make an instruction video how to play it. I think I have to make it available for download before I do that. And before I make it available for download, I have to fix the bugs. Thought that would take like an hour and a half yesterday. But I had some true trouble with Visual Studio. It was my own fault. There's some settings I'd been tinkering with. And I ended up taking like 4 hours fixing those bugs. And most of it was just trying to work out what I was doing wrong, because it seemed like the changes I made didn't stick. And my program would skip code lines and stuff. It was really weird. I kind of know what I did wrong now. So when I was done with that, I went, oh, it feels so good to have that done. And I'll just stream a bit to announce that and talk about the bug fixes. But no one came on for the first 15 minutes, and I thought, well, it's not really all that much to talk about. So I made a video. I posted it to Patreon today. I'll post it here on YouTube like tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Okay, here we go. It's painting time. Again, I always have trouble finding a comfortable position. No! Luckily, Adam Driver is still around, so you can paint him many times. Again. What is with this? I can't see what I'm painting. How did I get so close to the painting last time? Yeah. It's always, I don't get it. I always manage to find a good position to paint in. Well, sort of good. But I'm going to show it from above a bit. But I always forget how. When it's time to... Oh dear, now I got oil paint on this shirt. How did I do that? There's none here. Well, okay. It's so this is a streaming sweater now. I have yet to figure out how to get... If anyone has any good tips on washing off oil paint. I know I should know that, having painted with oils for decades, but I don't. I haven't researched it. I never had to, because I never used any good clothes to paint. Wisely, earlier I was wiser and I didn't use good clothes to when painting in oils. But now, for some reason, I have. It's an idiot. This is no good position at all. How? Hardly see what I'm doing. Off to the side, perchance. And you're obscuring light too, you little bastard. I'm talking to my camera. Please don't be offended, dear viewers. Don't be alarmed. I'm merely having a slight fit of rage. It's the worst position. It's probably the best position for me to see what I'm doing, but it's totally obscuring light. Can I just move my source of light? Does this work over here? Kind of. We'll see, I guess. So skeptical, so skeptical. But here goes. You saw a hornet? Wow. You're chatting a lot. That's nice. I enjoy that. This place, yes. Oh, right. So we've looped now. Let me switch out the film segment for the sequel. Starting here. I guess you maybe recognize this place. Probably. I was just there. So this place is called Triton Square, in the English Triton Square. Soaking in detergent. That doesn't sound nice. Yes. All of my clothes have paint on them. Thank you, Rachel, for sharing. I feel less annoyed by it. There we go. Okay, brush, paint, canvas. As you can see, that's far too bright. You can never tell until you put the paint on it. Well, you can sort of tell, but it's difficult. I am having fun, yes. Oh, you mean there as well, yeah. Sometimes you see me do really weird sort of camera movements, and that's I try not to focus on specific people, you know. It's okay to film in a public space, but I don't want to focus on people. And of course, walking through a shopping center, sometimes I'll just sort of focus on a wall or a corner or something for a while, as I pass or am passed by people that I feel would perhaps feel exposed. It feels presumptuous, you know, to film in people's faces. Sometimes I cut parts from my films that I feel are too invasive. I did so from one of my later Copenhagen videos that I showed recently. I was also walking through a shopping center because I thought that would be cool. It's a very beautiful shopping center on the inside, especially around Christmas. Very classy decorations, but so many people. And basically I was walking with my camera in their faces. Didn't feel right. Oh, it's so nice to get to work on these bookshelves that we sort of got half finished last time, and I had to leave them like this because they were too wet to do anything about. And they've been a very sore point in my eye since. You know, I used to have I have an apron, but it only covers my legs, or from my waist down. And I'm wearing painting trousers anyways. I guess I need to get a new shirt like this. Yes, some more books indeed. Decent bookshop after all. Hot tip, by the way, Rachel's apparently working on some magnificent painting, and she's very secretive about it, except I hear on Patreon. Mando tells me she's not so secretive about it on Patreon. So if you want to follow her and see more of what she's doing, follow her closely. You can support her there. I would myself, but happily she's one of my supporters on Patreon, so it doesn't really work. So I hope you approve of me making a bit of promotion for you here. I've seen only a little. on Instagram, but it looks good. Exciting. Oh, Mando, hello! I heard you were streaming too, but don't worry, I just started and this is going to be a long one. So just you go ahead and stream, I'll still be here. But thank you so much. I'm in your stream? How does that work? Do you mean you're looking at YouTube in your stream? In that case, thank you very much. What's happening? Should I look at Mando's stream? I think I should focus on painting right now. I just started. I want to get somewhere. Get stuff done today. It doesn't. See you later, Mando, and yeah, good streaming. It's a bit black, I feel. It's so nice. Can someone please explain how I was in Mando's stream? Did she actually look at my channel? Or in what sense did she mean that? It seems to have been quite fantastic. Judging by the reactions. Let's see now. I don't want to mess this up. I think we seem to be on track. Oh dear, dear, dear. Yeah, okay, so yeah, this place down there is called Triton Square. Triton obviously referencing the like the king of the seas or whatever, you know, Ariel's father in the Little Mermaid. And I think I at some point in the video show an emblem, or even twice shows some emblem which depicts him. Or maybe it's just like a mermaid in front of a trident sort of shape. You know, it's very nautical. So it's on an island called Tsukishima, which means Moon Island. Let's see now. Is it or is it not? It's close at least to the Tokyo Fish Market. The famous Tokyo Fish Market has moved in recent years from one place to the other, from one side of Tsukishima to the other. But Tsukishima, along with many other little islands in the what we might call Tokyo Delta, several rivers flow into Tokyo Bay where Tokyo is. It's a very fertile plain with lots of water, and they have lots and lots of draining drainage channels and such. There are many artificial waterways, and many of these islands are artificial. I believe Tsukishima is entirely artificially made. So it has a sort of, in a sense, it's similar to Copenhagen in that way. And it's not all that old, because just about everything on Tsukishima seems new. Not everything. There are some houses that look like they've been there several decades. And when I say several, I mean it's probably like 50 years. But a lot is new. This is definitely very new. This was a weird narrow space next to the elevator for... I imagine that's the sort of corner people go to make out in semi-privacy. Don't know. But my mind went there. So it's the whole island sort of sits right in at the mouth of one of the rivers. I'll show a picture later. Please remind me to show a picture later of the one part of it that is often seen and very famous. People often take photographs of it, including I, including me. It looks spectacular. Basically you're crossing a bridge at that, the mouth of that river, and you then see the island. And at the northern end of the island, which is what you see from there, stands a great number of striking skyscrapers. Now we make shelf color. I don't really mean the we obviously painted the shelves, but I mean the dark here in between the shelves. Right now it's actually the same brightness level as the shelves, just grey. Needs to be dark. Adjusted. And also now we'll use, when we apply this, we'll use that and sort of make several of these shelves rather thinner. I spoke about this last time I painted here, I'm sure. I seem to remember that you can use, when you paint a large area next to one that is meant to be narrow, you can sort of slowly encroach upon the narrow bit and narrow it further. So what I'm talking about is when you want to draw a rather thin line. It might be difficult to draw it thin and straight with your brush if it's really thin. And also here it's not so much that it's difficult to draw them that thin, but I just wanted to make it easy for myself, so I use this opportunity here to adjust their thickness and also their shape somewhat. If you're not following, do tell. I hope you follow what I'm talking about. These shelves, the brown bit, I'm talking about adjusting their shape and their shape by using the opportunity when I'm painting the inner part of the shelf, the shaded part. I use this technique quite a lot. That says Triton Square on that pillar. I think I'm going to walk up to it. Oh, am I including the part where I walk into these? There's the emblem, by the way. The T and S, yeah, you can see. Harumi. Oh, it's Harumi Island. I thought it wasn't. Oh, actually, Tsukishima is the neighbor island. There are sort of two. I thought they were both called. There are actually two of them, like this, sort of parallel, going north to south. And then I guess technically there are 3 or 4. Yeah, maybe there are actually 4 then, because it's sort of, there's one channel down the middle, and then I think there's one going through west to east. I just thought they referenced them as one island. You see, there's that channel that we studying it. This one here that I'm just crossing. That's the one going north to south. And that other bridge, I'm not sure if I filmed walking there. That other bridge has a conveyor belt like in airports. So the people on that other enclosed bridge They're standing on a conveyor belt. I've only ever seen that in airports. You know, of course, escalators and airports. That's where you see that. But they have it here. Oh, that was the end of it. Ah. Shall I loop that video again, or should we change it up? Should we switch it up? You guys decide if you think that's okay. I often let videos loop, but I'm in a generous mood today. You should take advantage of it. You can vote. Do you want to see this video again, or do you want me to switch it to something different? Oh, there we go. That's Triton. Or some version of him as well, at least. A merman. It makes one small adjustment and hope it helps. You can see that the camera is shaking all the time. I think that's because it's standing so narrowly here. Let's get there. I wish I had less trouble with this. Oh, I was talking about getting a rig to hold my camera. Well, I obviously haven't done that yet. Did I even go looking? No, I went looking for a lapel microphone, though. You know, one of those that they attach here on the chest or collar, so as not to have to sit with this stuff on me all the time, and perhaps avoid all the times that I laugh or exhale anything in any other way than very calmly. You get this sorry, by the way, sound. And that bothers me, especially in my video production. It seems unprofessional. Do not like it. I went looking in one electronics store, couldn't find. Told myself I'd go looking on the net. Just haven't yet. This week's been a bit. I've really been. I've not managed to sleep nighttime. I'm still sleeping basically as if I was working nights. So I've been sleeping all day, every day. At best, I've woken up at or gotten up at about 2 in the afternoon. And this time of year, that means you get 2 hours of sunlight. So I'm a bit starved for that sort of stuff. Oh, you left a like too. Nice. You're fine with the looping. Looping works for me. I do things while you stream, so I always see something new when I look. Okay. No, right now the teapot is on holiday. No, it's in the kitchen. So right now my camera is sitting atop my laptop. There's also a camera on the laptop, but I'm not using that. That would connect to the wrong cam. I don't know if I could. What's it called? Daisy chain. This computer to my desktop. Aucun idée. I've also been looking for a new teapot because, as I've probably stated, the one I'm using now is less than optimally functional, and not large enough. I need more tea. But it's actually quite difficult to find a good-sized teapot that is not aluminium. Those are easy to find. And I have one in my kitchen, but I don't know if I'm imagining that, but I think tea in a clay pot tastes better. Clay or porcelain. I guess it's porcelain a kind of clay, but you know what I mean. Glazed. The one I used to have, Lady Grey, she was glazed porcelain. She is sorely missed. The camera looks cute. Oh, I'm very much a night person, so it suits me to work nights, but I do like my sunlight now and again. And I like to get, first of all, doing any, connecting with people for the sake of business, if that's just going to do some shopping or speaking with people, that's best done during the day, obviously, because most other people are ready to do such things then. Getting exercise and going outside is also... I do like doing it at night, don't worry, don't get me wrong, but it does give you a boost of energy to go outside during the day, that's for sure. And then, so I like to start my day in the light at least. I can be happy if I get up at at noon, but preferably at least at best between 9 and noon, I guess. I like getting up earlier also, but to get the most out of the light, I like to get up around that time of day. From Monday, I'm working at the hospital this weekend, but from Monday and onwards, I have another long period of 8 or 9 days, I think, that I don't work at the hospital. So I'll very likely be very productive. That's always my aim, and that's usually what I end up managing. And I have constructed my schedule that way in order to be productive. So I shall really be trying. The last time I had such a period was only a few weeks ago, and I just managed to do a ton of good stuff. I made heaps of videos, all those initial vlogs and a few of the more involved ones. Got lots of programming done, a bit of painting. It was lovely. I loved that. Just every day making significant progress on projects. Rarely have I been so happy. So looking forward to that. She has many porcelain. Well, how much are they? No, I'm sure I can find some here if I just look hard enough. Oh, you don't have quiet streets? I have no idea what Egyptian towns are like. Copenhagen's great for being out in, moving around in. It's convenient, it's safe, it's beautiful. You should all move here. No, there are other places on Earth that are just as good. I know. Tokyo, for one, is great. It's as safe and as convenient, I'd say, if not more. So it's probably safer and more convenient, to be honest. And it's bigger. But it's different. So they have some things. They have lots of things that Copenhagen doesn't, and vice versa. I'm having withdrawal symptoms with regards to Tokyo at the moment. Every time I talk about it, I get the urge to go. It's bad. I'm a Tokyo addict. I'm not even joking about that. I have a kind of physical anxiety building in me when I haven't been there for a long while. I wouldn't have it any other way. Okay. So I like the look of that now. Let's analyze, or I should analyze it, see if I'm missing anything I don't want to commit to any erroneous things, any erroneous lines, bad lines. Am I a bit hesitant about that bit? Does it curve a bit too much there? Maybe you can see there's a slight curve, like if I exaggerate. That line there, or the sort of uppermost, or maybe three uppermost ones there, they sort of curve, oh dear, like that. Ever so slightly. Should I bother fixing that, or is it unnoticeable? It's not unnoticeable, I'm noticing it, but of course I'm painting it, so I know that I notice much more than people who watch and people who see this stuff after the fact do. You know, then you have the perfect excuse to go on lots of vacations to find out, right? Those people who are in chat, who are game, as it were, what countries would you, what places would you like to visit that you might not have visited yet? We probably talked about this before, but it's a good subject, good conversation starter, I think. So please enlighten me. I know I want to go visit parts of the United States at least. That's one place. The United States is not one place, it's many places. So maybe I should be more precise. I'm sure I want to visit New York. I often sit and look at like New York on Google Maps. And wonder what it might be to wander there. It looks quite good. I mean, for example, it's a big city. It's very varied, I can tell. It seems to have convenient public transport. Lots of nature nearby. I haven't been there, you see. I've only looked at it on maps. But it really seems to contain a lot of interesting stuff. You can get all kinds of experiences, seemingly. If you want to go into the woods, it's not too far. You can probably take like a train or a bus or something, get out if you don't like take your car or your bicycle. City that's been there for several centuries, has lots of history. As you can see, old and new, explored historical sites and see modern architecture. You know, it's all there, seemingly. Have you been? Has anyone been to New York, by the way? Oh, I believe you missed role-playing, Sonny. And oh wow, Sonny. Phone call for a while. Canada and Sweden. I think you mentioned that. It seems familiar to me to have heard that. I believe Muted Bunny lives in the northwestern United States, if I'm not entirely mistaken. I think they revealed as much in a stream once. And also I think Mando was talking about going to Canada, maybe even moving there the other day, because and she also has the same impression that I have, that Canada is quite similar to Sweden, just much bigger. Has anyone been to New York? I'm assuming Rachel has, with that assertive statement. I'm going to... I shouldn't be twisting my neck this weirdly, since I woke up with that. I don't want to wake up with the same ache tomorrow. I'm going to switch the video feed up. The video. Hamilton. Oh, was that the place Muted Bunny lives? Like out in the mountains. Yeah, Sweden's big brother Canada. I've heard other people sort of intimating that there are similarities. Oh, I could take this opportunity to show you that photograph. So, click. Sorry about that. Yeah. Oh, there was one thing I had meant to do but didn't, but I can do that there. You have no idea what I'm talking about, most likely. Oh, also oh. I might have to connect my backup drive again here to access some photographs from Japan. So again, just like I did on last stream, I'll say if this goes badly, I have experienced this backup drive crashing my computer, but most likely not when just plugging it in. It's probably when I've been moving corrupted files. But you know, just in case, thank you for watching. I'll be back very soon if it crashes. Here goes. Okay, so that seems to have, yes, thank you. Seems to have worked. Am I still live, by the way? I seem to still be live. Good. Japan, 2019. Now, when did I take those photographs, or that photograph? I took several of the same place, because it's just so magnificent. I, as usual, took many photographs there. Luna there with a long list. Petra, Red Fort, Angkor Wat, the Great Wall of China, the Forbidden City, Itsukushima Shrine, Todaiji, Papa Nui. Yeah. Yes, the list is long. I don't know anything about the Red Fort, never heard of it. And I'm only vaguely aware of Petra. Is that one of those stone cities in the desert? In Saharan desert? Or somewhere in that, for me, it's just sort of in the Arab countries, is how I think of them. Meaning Arab Peninsula and Northern Africa. Roughly. Ever so roughly. Oh, while you're waiting for a picture to appear, here's one, a placeholder from a game arcade I walked by. So many good ones. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I think. Or no? That's not the place. There's so much good stuff here. What's this? It's also good. Petra is in Jordan. Okay, yes. So that was sort of right. Weird music as always here. Wow, how hard can it be to find these pictures? Come on. Come on, me. I took so many. But I took them to show you, so you know. I guess there's lots of material here. It's just that, unfortunately, I'm looking for a specific one right now, and that makes it tricky. I should just show you whatever. That might be more... Might be... more efficient. What is that? Oh, right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to show you that picture, but never mind. This is some guys who actually hold a piano out onto the street, which they apparently do ever so often, and just let anyone play on it who wanted to. It was a riot. Some really good pianists happened to walk by. I guess there are quite a lot of... I'm not a pianist, so I don't know. But you know how good they were precisely. But they impressed me. At least. Really? We're back in Copenhagen already? What the... Clearly, I took pictures of that place. I know I did. Where are they? This bothers me not a little. But a much. A lot. Grief. That's how you say it. I mean, I'll give you this for now. Sonic? Oh, you mean Sonic? And you said... I've actually been to the Great Wall once. Long ago. Have not been to Todaiji. I mean, I don't even... The only thing I know called Todai is that's the nickname for Tokyo University. But I don't know if that's... And I and a friend of mine, we went to a temple very close to Tokyo University, but which he wanted to visit. I'd never been there before. But I don't think it was called Todaiji, so this might be completely different. Itsukushima Jinja. Don't know where that is either. Forbidden City I've also been to, because it's in Beijing. And got, as far as I understand, a black market guided tour. That was interesting. So actually, this picture is probably... It might even be, partially, a picture of Tsukishima. Tsukishima. Got them mixed up there. It's the river I was talking about. Anyway. And So it's kind of similar, but I'm going to try to find that picture for you later. Just thought I'd actually do some painting in this painting stream. Okay, so we sort of fixed those ever so slightly wonky shelves. That ladder is way too thick, I think. So let's fix it. Why not? Here we go. And this shouldn't be too tricky, I do not think. Shrines in Japan, yeah? Yes, there are. I don't know how. I should guess tens of thousands in the least. They're just everywhere. Like the one I showed you on a video the other day. I could pull that video up, I guess, because it's a short one. It actually just shows. Let's see here. Maybe here. There. Oh, here, I believe. Cling. Right here. You won't believe how many shrines there are in Japan. Even if you haven't been there, you don't know. So here is a perfect example of why you don't know. This is just me exploring one such shrine. I've shown this before, but I don't think Luna has seen this one. So no spoilers. That is a shrine. One of many that are thusly situated. They are literally everywhere. Squeeze them in wherever they can. Ah. Yes, many of them are bigger than that. I don't know that I've seen anyone that's smaller than this, but many are this size. I think it's just sort of the shrine of the local building. I'm guessing one of these properties betwixt which it stands is the sort of proprietor, probably. That's it. Yep, that's a very short film segment. Shall we deviate from Japan? No, wait. It's not good to run videos off of the expansion drive. That is slow. What's this? Oh, I showed that already. It's a little bit fun, but only a little bit. Oh, sorry about that. Where do I keep my... Surely not here. No, right. There was one I showed recently. I think it's rather good, but not many were here to see it. I think it's worth showing. Is it this one? It might be this one. Go! No, sorry, this is not the one. Forgive me. Though that one begins promisingly as well. That's Switzerland, I believe. And those are kind of corrupt. How about this one? No. Sorry while I'm searching. Please excuse me. Yeah, this is one. I don't know if this one is a bit... The camera is a bit tilted a bit low, but I think it goes through some very interesting places, so... So, hope you enjoy. There will be more. There will be other ones. We'll go back to Japan, I'm sure. Might show the Akihabara one again. It was well appreciated, and I think it is interesting. So. This one, however, it's summer and nature and stuff. Well, we're starting at the hospital where I work, so this is one of those I filmed after work. So it's filmed in the morning, and I believe this is probably a Sunday. So it's calm, not very many people on the streets. Lovely time to go cycling in general, especially I think this is summertime last year. Haven't done a bicycle video in a long time. I've been doing more walking videos lately, but maybe I should get back to do some more cycling videos. It's more fun when it gets warmer, and that's one reason I'm not doing them at the moment. I don't bicycle very much at present. I mostly run and walk, which is how it very often is in the winter. Because you see, young ones, when you're cycling, your feet aren't kept warm. They don't work. Your feet work. The muscles in your feet work when you walk, but nowhere near as much when you bicycle. And the wind chill effect is much greater. So, unless they're well protected or you're working very hard, your feet might get very cold. It's not optimal. So, I think I'll just do some slight corrective brush strokes here. Slip, slip, slip. There. Let's just leave that for now. We'll get back to this. We'll paint in books and stuff. That looks much better now. I'll just color in sort of these handrails up here. Mix some handrail color. However, you can do that over here. That means gray. Perhaps a dash of brown in it just to give it warmth. We have plenty of, shelf color to spare. I'm not going to focus a lot on them. I just want them to not look so unfinished as they do right now. And then we'll tackle the stairs. Get to like coloring the stairs, actual coloring in. Oh, yes, we'll color one part. We'll color this central part here because it's the most finished bit. Well, along with the bit down there. There are parts up here where I need to paint between the bars as well, but we'll do that later. I want to get, I show you the fun stuff. Some fun stuff in between the boring stuff. That's how you keep the viewers interested. Right? on their toes. Oh, that was very dark. More white. Far too dark. Gabsy, what are you up to? Except refolding your leg, maybe. Drawing, painting, coding, studying something completely different. What's this music? What are these little voices? Is it okay? Is it weird? Is it... And skeptical. Ooh! Okay, so this is... You see that Red Bull stuff and those red and white sort of edge things there. I'm not being very eloquent. They are preparing for the Copenhagen Historical Grand Prix. They don't have a, they don't have a Grand Prix really. Well, I guess it is a true Grand Prix. It's not a Formula One Grand Prix, is what I'm saying. But I do believe some of the cars there are former Formula One cars. So they race, old race cars. I've never actually seen it. Well, quite often they hold it on days after work for me, so so I've been on my way home from work. But sometimes I run into the preparations ever so often, every year. That's the closest I've gotten to seeing any of it, I think. Let's see. I'm trying to make game capture work in OBS. Aha. Yeah, that can be difficult. Do you remember? I've done it like two different ways. One is window capture, when it's a window. Well, it can work sometimes, but do you remember a Ghost of a Tale, which we played recently? That didn't work at all. Window capture or any other way. So maybe you remember that what I did was just capture the entire screen, my desktop essentially, and then I just I trimmed the capture window, the bit that was captured, so that it was the same exact dimensions as the game window. Because obviously I couldn't have a full screen window because I wanted to see chat and such. It worked and such. It worked well, I have to say. Or I feel that it did, and I think you would agree. People enjoyed watching that game a lot. If I'm any judge of reactions. So, if nothing else works, do try that. And it's called display capture, by the way, in OBS. Is how I achieve it. Hope that helps. I have heard of some games where not even that's possible. But I've only heard that about rather old games, that work with older Windows versions, or that are perhaps, that don't run in DOSBox, or that require really specific settings for DOSBox, or like Windows old window mode emulation. What's it called? Like Windows 95 emulation mode. You also did desktop capture. Yeah. What game are you trying to capture, if you don't mind me asking? Is it a newer or older title? Is it an obscure one? As badly coded as my titles have been up till now, I've managed to capture them with regular window capture. Okay, right. We were painting handrails or guardrails. It's a more fancy word for them that I learned recently. Well, yes, I learned it recently, but I must have also forgotten it even more recently. Oh, that is a mess. Staff of Creativity. It's a rag I've been using. I've been using this quite well, but now it's time to discard it. It's a piece of tissue paper, a large one. Time for the next one. Time for a new one. To wipe my brushes on. Hope you don't mind, I'm going to shut the music off for a bit. I know I can actually turn down the volume for myself. I think we'll all enjoy it more if I shut it off once in a while. I can shut off the volume for me so I don't hear it. But then again, weird things might happen in the music that I'm not aware of, and I might want to comment on that. As I do ever so often. At least I want to have vaguely the same experience that you are. Or maybe more correctly, know what kind of experience I'm offering you. Yes. Third time's the charm. I think I got it right there. In the end. Let's see. Krita refuses to work as window capture, and I kind of got it working. But now OBS is saying I need to update my drivers, but my drivers are up to date. Krita, is that the name of the game? Try to close OBS, stick it to the taskbar, open Krita, and while Krita is open, restart. What is Krita? Is it the game, or is it some other streaming tool? Capturing tool? I am lost. How odd. Now I can hear the wind howling outside. Krita is a drawing program. Why are you... What? So are you actually trying to capture what you're doing in Krita? It's not actually game capture, is it? Or what? What? You're trying to capture Krita. Is that it? You should just use ArtMage. It's easy to capture. It's a crap program, but it's easy to capture. So in that regard, it seems superior to Krita. Imagine that. I made a program that's superior to another art program in one way. My next art program will be better, although I'm not sure it will have bitmap support. At least not to begin with. Might include it later. If it's good enough that I want to keep using it, then I might include bitmap support. I mean, by that I mean the ability to save an image as a bitmap, open and work on a bitmap. Oh, well, nice. Very nice. Congratulations on your success. Kind of like so, right? Driver things. Huh. I believe Gabs is on a Windows PC. So we have tech support in chat. How do I announce that to the world? That would be amazing. How much better would it be to sit and watch this? And we can even turn the music on, you know, and then you have your regular, you know, wait for your operator music in the background. And you have all this entertainment going on, and also you can see in chat how far along they are with the previous customer. Perfect. Should we open a tech support service? We do it slower but better. Hey, that's not such a bad slogan actually. Many people would probably eschew us for that reason, but some would actually choose us, I believe. Does a... Oh. Would that matter as long as it runs in Windows? Isn't that the point of Windows? Or one of the main selling points of Windows, that it sets all the hardware up for you and makes all things equal as long as you run in Windows. I think doing more than enough. So, okay. Bit of darker stuff here. Backgroundy. have to work on this part again, but I want to get to those stairs. And this is something I don't want to bother with right now. So, question. I'm going to pull back a little bit there. Should I... you can see this sort of vertical support here. Should I draw that? It can affect stuff big time, really. I really wouldn't think so. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't have thought so. Given, again, thought Windows was an equalizer, you know. And much like as any operating system is today. I realize you might not get the same level of, you know, power and same, not all the same functions, but they should be quite equal, right? Most functions. Or maybe you're saying OBS is programmed at such a low level that it takes advantage of certain processor-specific functions, and therefore gets the hiccups when it doesn't recognize the processor. Delve into the settings and switch from the default encoder to a different switch. Default encoder to a different one. Oh, nice! You were both on the same page. I'm terrible. If one of you could explain the reason for the significance and difference in processors, if you feel like it, of course, I'd be very grateful. Because I really want to know that stuff. I'm very curious. It's one of the main reasons I program nowadays. And I'm trying to learn about such things. Computers. And if you missed it, my theory was that, or my idea was that, if OBS is coded to take advantage of some very processor-specific attributes, and then I can understand why it has trouble running. But if it was coded just sort of like generically coded for Windows, then I can't see how it would be affected. Same encoder, different name. That's curious. So I'm just figuring out here. Should I put a slight coat of paint on these? Just to define them? I'll do that. Let's do it very bright. Still bright, but less bright than they are right now, maybe. Let's see what this color looks like. That's probably something. That's what I want. Because now they've been sort of torn up by everything I painted besides them. So they're not well defined. They look blurry. And although I might change them later, let's just establish their actual shape. Or at least how much space they occupy in the painting. Because I'm a little bit unsure myself. They have varying width in various places, so do I want to You know, do I want to make them the widest they are anywhere? For example, here at the bottom, there's some width there. Should I just paint more background there, or should I make the whole thing as wide as that? If I can avoid it, I don't think I want it as wide as that. But let's see how it turns out. Let's see here. Ooh. Depending on what CPU you have, certain settings also sometimes connect to the code. Connecting to code affect the runtime. So if you have CPU that doesn't fit into the code, you have to. Yes, I get that. I guess that is the problem, but why would it affect it? Again, I say, so that, as I asked, because, for example, I can't imagine my programs having trouble running on any modern Windows system, because they're coded with such generic functions in them. I don't try to take advantage of specific attributes. I mean, for example, let's say that you have two different processors. One is better at floating point operation than the other, and you use lots of floating point operation. But to make it run, and you use more floating point operation than necessary, because you can take better advantage of the processor that way. And then when you run it on a processor that doesn't have that same capability, then you'd notice a slowdown, or maybe even I don't know, crashes. But if you don't, you know, make overuse of some such very specific attribute, then I don't see what the problem would be. Do you then mean that OBS in certain settings does make use of such? And by the way, I'm assuming we're talking about the CPU and not the GPU. I would imagine maybe the GPU being more of a problem when doing image handling. And software 264 and software 264 increases file size. I switched from second one to the first one. Yeah, I don't know much about encoding. I watched like a couple of YouTube tutorials on what to choose for different purposes, and ended up with, for high quality videos I also do the 264, and I think for these, for example, I don't use 264, I just use AVI, as far as I can recall. Where am I in this video? It hasn't looped, I think. Oh, no, I think I know. Yes. It's still going up the coast, sort of. Anyway, as you might be able to tell, I'm rather new to this stuff. That's also why I want to know. I would love nice explanations. Anywho, I'm not so new to paintings. I'll continue doing this. It's nice to touch this up too. It just makes this part of the painting look so much better. For every little bit that I finish, it's lovely. Having this in front of those books there, are much cleaner lines. It makes the bookshelf come into its own right. It looks it makes the bookshelf look more finished also, curiously enough. I like it a lot. Oh, I can't wait to put my brush to this staircase and see what its final form will be. Ah! My staff of art. Some CPUs just have minor differences, such as turbo boost, sometimes not. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you there. I hope I will do bare metal coding on the Raspberry Pi. Not too far into the future, as a side project, because to finally sort of and try to code some specific things that really trying to wrap my head around CPU specific concepts, because in my books there's quite a bit about how to actually use specific parts of the CPU, the one in the Raspberry Pi, for example. So I hope that will give me some insight, better insight. As soon as I feel I have a little bit of time, I'll go back. I hit a sort of dead end with using just assembly language. Not entirely. I could write much more in assembly language, but I wanted to be graphical. I wanted to have graphics, and I couldn't do graphics. I could only do ASCII graphics, and that's not exciting enough for me. And setting up the frame buffer just using assembler was, well, it was difficult to find the information on how to do it. However, I did find information on how to do it in C. So I'm also about to start learning how to program in C, and I hope to create like I'll do as little coding as possible to begin with in C, and just sort of set up the environment, and then learn how to code more in assembler there, and maybe eventually actually do some bare metal programming. But don't expect that's not a main project anymore. It was, but Gabsy actually partially helped me to make the decision to go back and just focus on getting good at programming for Windows. So that's the main thing. This is a side project, a hobby, just like studying Japanese is. So, my friend said she loves your details of your paintings, such as the crow fight in the cafe looking out. Thanks. The crow fight. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that, actually, because I forgot that I painted that, and I'm not sure how many people notice those things. I'm so happy when people notice that, it tells me they've been looking at my painting with interest. So tell your friend, I am very flattered. And I think she'll really like this painting then, because this is detail nirvana. Actually want to kind of go back and have a look at that. Let's have a look at it. Browse, yes. once this video finishes. You should look at that painting. Shore of the video, right on the seaside. Similar spots here in Egypt. Wow. I see. Yes, this is a very nice area. I especially go here often in summer. So this is going north from the city center, along the sea. And there are little, you know, it's on the left there. You'll probably see if I twist like that. There are lots of fancy villas, you know, big houses. I try to look at them to give you a good look, but it's difficult. And then there are some little harbors, like the one I'm going past right now, you know, with little sailing boats, and several places you can bathe. It's very nice. It's wonderful in summer. I often go, you know, if I go cycling or running there, it's very common that I stop and have a little swim or something. It's so delightful. That, by the way, the white structure you saw there briefly is an actually no, I shouldn't do that. It is an actually world famous petrol station. It's not a petrol station anymore, but it was that when it was built. That's what it was designed for. It's not famous for being a petrol station. It's famous because of its design, being made by Arne Jacobsen, one of the most famous Danish architects ever. There are more than one. So once, for example, one of my Japanese friends came over here, and she's a designer. I took her walking. We walked this way, and I said, do you know about this? And she said, oh, yes, that's in all of my design books. It was in all of my course literature in university. So I know it's world famous. It's old. Now it is actually an well, I don't know if all of it's used for that, but it's partially an ice cream shop. So it's still well visited. Nice, Gabsy. I'm so happy. I'm happy for the admiration. I'm pleased. Yeah, you really have to thank her. This. It's so encouraging. So very encouraging to hear. Paint over anything that shouldn't be painted over. Can you see what I'm doing? Yes, you can. I was afraid my camera was angled too steeply. Oh, that wasn't so bad. It's not so tricky as I thought. Painting between the supports there. Let's really finish this pillar business. Oh, that's why I didn't. I found a place where the pillar was too wide. Yes, that's all right. That's all right. I think so. I might actually make it a tad wider down here. Ice cream! Mando and Arthur both mentioned ice cream. Really? Seriously? That's good. What's Mundo? What's Mundo working on? Still working on human Lilith, or something different? It's funny that you're both in the stream. That makes it feel as though I have a connection with Mundo and the guys there as well. it's quite a trip. Ever so carefully here, slightly enlarging this pillar, just to sort of match up with the lower end here, and also this one is closer to the viewer, ever so slightly closer to the viewer than this, and right now this one is thicker, so. But of course, if I make it too thick at one point, I have to correct and paint it over again with background. It's doable, but so annoying. Don't know if you can. I think you can appreciate how, even if I'm just putting, you know, a very flat gray color here. Oh, right. Hey, pay attention to the video, by the way. This is cool. This is one of the absolutely oldest trees in Denmark. Not the oldest, but one of the oldest known trees. It's an old oak tree. It's like 800 years old. And it's been hollowed out for centuries, so much so that in the Middle Ages, there was a guy who lived here inside the oak. He used it as a house. He was a what's it called? Like a groundskeeper? Not really. Not groundskeeper, but he was charged with maintaining the woods next to here. We're going into the woods, by the way, and these are closed off wood. Then they're public now, but when they were when they were first closed off, they did that in order to create some hunting grounds for the king, as was so common. You know, you have similar places in France and Germany and Sweden, you know, and probably more countries as well. Don't know if like Hyde Park or something was in London was at one point some hunting grounds for the royalty. It was basically a playground. So they were. I think Louis XVI in France was the first to do it, or one of the first, and everyone wanted to be like him. So they made one in Copenhagen too, or just outside Copenhagen. And there was a village there which they moved. Well, they moved all the residents at least to another part of, you know, on the north coast. As compensation, I believe they were tax exempt for 4 years or something like that. You know, we're being dicks to you, so you don't have to pay taxes for a few years. And now hop along. Chimera is what Mundo is doing. That sounds amazing. It's so rare for her to do creatures, right? She always draws people. I know she's drawn people who are, you know, demonic or half anthropomorphic in some way, but rather, you know, that's wrong. But people who are animalistic or have that are weird in some way, akin to animals, but not usually other creatures. Anyway, so these grounds then, they were the private hunting ground of the king. They are not for a while, not very long. He also established like a sort of amusement area with you know with an inn or two, and I guess a stage or something, where he would entertain his guests. So he would hang out here. There's a little castle in the middle of these grounds, which we might run. I don't know which path I'm taking here, but we might actually see that castle. It's beautiful. It's called a hunting castle, tiny, just for hanging out. And then there's this place. We won't see the amusement park. It became an amusement park. But the place where he used to entertain, like he had the castle, and then he had that, you know, the inns and the little stage area and such. So he had performers there to entertain his guests. well, after not very long, I think after 40 or 50 years or something like that, they opened this area for the public, and that, including that entertainment place, and it became, yes, actually, that is the, currently at least, longest ever running amusement park. So of the current amusement parks in the world, the one they have here in these woods is the oldest one, and it's still it's still running. Now it is a day. See some deer? This place is full of deer. 4 different kinds of deer run around here, different sizes, and I think on this run we see all of them. So keep your eyes peeled. I'm giving you so much tourist information here. Yeah, so that amusement park is very well visited by Swedes and Danes mostly. Swedish people come over there all the time and hang out. As I said, we're not visiting this time. I might take a walk there in the future. And they have, they have carousels and stages and all the sort of stuff you'd expect to find in a modern amusement park. It's not big, it's very small, but it's good. And then of course it's immediately connected to these woods, so some of the restaurants sort of are in the woods, really. You might say that the amusement park is really in the woods. It's on the edge. It's closed down during the deer's mating season, to be courteous to them, because these parks are also well loved for people to walk. It's the only nature area of any considerable size and sort of semi-wild feeling anywhere near Copenhagen. There will be more deer, I promise you, Gabsy. Look at these magnificent trees there. This place is magical. I love this place. Going extra slow here just to sort of focus on the surroundings. I believe there are hundreds of deer in this video, literally. If it's the one I'm thinking of. There are more at least. So, yeah, in this park, this park is still enclosed completely. So the deer can't really get, well, they can get out because some gates are open sometimes, but they rarely do. And there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of deer living here in a relatively small area. So it's extremely rare that I go there without seeing deer. And I was so surprised the first few times I came here. When I first came to Copenhagen, I used to rent a room in a very posh part of Copenhagen. The poshest parts of Copenhagen are to the north, along the coast where I just bicycled. So I just rented a room, and I used to go running to this park. It was like 5 kilometers from here, where I lived. So I ran around a little bit. And one time I was going and I nearly hit a deer who was standing in the middle of the road. And my experience with deer up until that point had been, they see you, they run. Because that's how wild deer act. Properly wild deer. And this one, it was like a kid who was standing there, very young. It just stood perfectly still. I thought it was going to run, it didn't, so I nearly collided with it. I had to stop at the last moment and sort of veer around. Wow, what the hell? Then I realized, of course, they're so very used to people because this is so well visited an area that they don't really get scared. They do warn you, however, that, and very rightly so, I'm sure, that because the deer are so used to people, when they get aggressive, especially during mating season and such, but also otherwise, instead of running, they might actually attack you. Because they see people as sort of quasi-deer. They sort of look at you and, yeah, those guys are always here, they're sort of part of the flock, they're not dangerous. Hence, as an equal to them, they might decide to have it out with you rather than run away. So it's not really smart to get too close, and people are advised to keep to the trails sometimes I can't resist walking out a little bit. But nowadays I try to make sure that I'm not bothering any deer when I do that. And this park is amazing. It's beautiful. You know, just the nature is beautiful. It's very peaceful most of the time. And yes, you will almost guaranteed to see lots and lots of super beautiful and super cute deer. One time, many years ago, I and my father were walking here. And I think there were some people hunting here, you know, probably maybe hunting sick animals or something. Because they keep after this place. They try to maintain it, you know, make sure that there are no trees that fall over, and probably also that there are no suffering animals and such. So we heard gunshots, or something akin to gunshots. But it obviously scared some deer, and I shouldn't say some, I should say many deer. We were in the northern parts. I'm going north here, so yeah, sort of straight ahead there, but further, in a place we're not going to. And we started hearing thunder, but it wasn't really thunder kind of weather. That's the hunting castle, by the way, right there. So we heard a sound as of thunder, but continuous and growing and growing and growing, and suddenly we saw hundreds, literally hundreds of deer coming towards us, running at breakneck speed through the woods. And so there was a fence beside us, which was there presumably to protect some young, like saplings, from being gnawed and eaten. It was an actual stampede, yes. And so we stood to one side, and it there was an angle there, which, if you imagine the deer were coming from one direction, and we sort of crouched, we sort of pressed up against the fence on this one, so they ran past us, but really close. We could almost reach out and touch them. But it was so mighty to see them, hundreds of deer bounding, you know, running and bounding and, you know, skipping, and as I said, there are 4 kinds of deer here, some from quite small to some really large ones. And I think we'll see the big ones here too. They're called crown deer, presumably because they were probably claimed by the crown. That's, I guess, at least that's common in history, that the finest animals were for the king alone. It was a little bit scary, but it was mostly awesome. So we were sort of, oh my god. And you see these more majestic ones. There are not so many of them, of the big ones, like a few dozen, I think. And they were sort of in a more majestic manner, sort of running along, while the small ones were skipping here and there. And there were literally hundreds of the smaller ones, and maybe a dozen of the bigger ones. And as I said, there are sort of tiers, but the really big ones, they are significantly bigger than any of the others. This is a great place for seeing deer. This is a huge plain. Well, huge, relatively speaking, it's huge. Oddly enough, there's a golf course here, sort of to my right. I don't think you'll see much of it though. And this is a place where the deer come to graze all the time. So if you want to see the deer, this is the best bet, walking along this road, basically. I think towards the end here, of this road, we'll see just bucket loads of deer. The Queen of England own all swans, really? Do you mean all British swans, or just has she claimed all swans in the world? I promise I'll paint more. I just wanted to tell you all that stuff. This seemed like a fitting moment to do so. You can see there's a fence there, and that's probably to protect, allow some of the grass to grow up. Maybe having been overgrazed, I don't know what the term is. They will move those fences sometimes. I had never heard of that. I'd heard that historically the kings of England owned all the deer. I guess kings and queens, but I never heard of the swan thing. There are plenty of swans in Copenhagen too, well in Denmark. Scandinavia, I should say. Okay, back to painting. I think I said all I need, although I might be pointing out when you should be keeping an eye out. But I think the deer are on the left side, and as I said, towards the end there. Thank you, Gabsy. That's the best answer you could have given, I think. Swans with a British Commonwealth passport. Hello, Mando. They said my two trusty reporters here just informed me that you ended your stream, so I sort of expected you would drop by. You're very welcome here, and you're just in time to very likely see a lot of deer. So it's going to be within the next few minutes. Here I'm in a place. Actually, you can see them. Just you might not actually catch it. There are some brown and white dots on the plane whenever I'm looking there, of course. I think I'm adjusting my camera there. Yeah, can you see those on the left side there? There's some white and brownish spots. Those are all deer. All of them. You got scared? Of what? Can you see them? That's probably 100 deer right there. At least in that group. Was it the ice cream moment? Had you spooked? Quite hilarious, I have to say. Leif started to feel watched. Oh, was Leif there too? Was it a while since a little while since he was here. I hope you said hello to him from me. Chocolate, sweet. And so yes, this is the time. We will see huge deer here. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm actually. This was a great opportunity. That's what's happening here. I think this is a really long one, actually. There's quite a bit left on this video. So there'll be sort of, if you look straight ahead there, on that other side of this long road that we're coming up to, there will be a group of rather large deer. I won't be approaching you very close because they're big and they have huge horns, but I think you'll be able to make them out. Probably better than the other deer. Yes. Some deers do indeed have very cute butts. So actually, I do believe the deer I'm thinking of, are they up by that little clump of trees? Or are they even closer? Are they there? Why am I stopping here? Oh, are they by the edge of the forest? That's too far. I thought it was closer. Let's just enlarge this for film segment. Yeah, okay. Can you see at the very edge of the forest? Am I turning around? Yes, that was it. I'm sorry. And they were not as close as I thought, as I remember. I'm so sorry. I hope you caught some deer. Now don't worry, I will be going there and filming more in the future. Because it's a trip to see them. I've seen them much closer than that. I hope you guys caught some of that, at least. Let's reposition that. There we go. Ah! I hope I didn't disappoint you too much with the. There were many deer. It's just that they're so tiny on screen. I'll do better. I assume you still want to see more deer up closer. Especially if I'm walking, it's also easier to zoom and such things. I shall remember. Maybe now after this weekend, as I said, next week I have lots of free time, so maybe I'll go for a run or something up there and try to remember to film some deer for you. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't have great. I have decent vision. I mean, it's probably what they call 20/20, but some people have the. My father has great vision at distance. He'd be reading signs, that I can barely make out. It's annoying as hell. I'm not gifted with that. On the other hand, I'm 38 and I still don't need glasses, so I'm very happy about that. Yes, Mando, that's exactly what I'll be doing. Won't look suspicious at all. I'm sure everyone coming, all the joggers going by will be super comfortable. You're a little bit creepy, do you know? What? No. This is for my YouTube channel. Don't worry. Yeah. Just saying that made me feel creepy. And actually, we're going to some other woods now, though with far fewer deer, as I recall. But this was just such a great day. I was really enjoying this bicycle ride. It's great when you get off work, you feel free, liberated, and this, when the weather is this great, sunny, warm. It's Sunday, so everything's very calm. It's easy to get around, not too much traffic. Gets put in the treehouse for being creepy. Dressed as a bush with a GoPro on his head, riding a huge horned white-butted deer. You seem to be in a good mood today, Mando. Although you've been in such a great mood lately, from my perspective. You just seem to be enjoying yourself all the time whenever I see you on stream. It's great to see. Your career seems to be going well. You seem to be enjoying your work, enjoying streaming. I love seeing it. It's the best. So it's inspiring and it's just heartwarming. I think it's because we're sort of in the same career, so seeing someone having success and enjoying themselves, it feels great. It sort of rubs off, as I'm sure the others here will agree. It makes me happy to hang out in your stream. That's what you say. I heard you painted a chimera, which when I heard, or I didn't hear, I read it in chat. I said, yeah, that's kind of different, isn't it? You don't usually, at least in my experience, you don't usually paint creatures. You might paint, animalistic humans or demonic humans, with horns or fangs and such, but usually human-based based on the human form, but painting a creature like that, I'm not sure I've seen you do that. Kill her with joy. Intensify it. Actually pretty crappy, but who has time to be sad when life is short? Where am I now? I'm watching the video too, if you're wondering. I think I know where I am. We might actually come up on some really nice buildings. Some old factory buildings. They're quite beautiful. Although I'm not entirely sure. This is not a place I go very often. Although I always enjoy when I do. Oh, there are so many more places I can film in Copenhagen that I haven't touched upon yet. Is Mando still streaming? Lion with a fringe. Oh yes, you mentioned that before. When you guys say a fringe, do you mean a tonsure? What's that? Progress shot. Oh, thank you. Come on. Why can't I? There we go. Yes. Please open that so I can look at it. YouTube wasn't really... Oh! Wow. Nice. I like it. I didn't see the cow at first. And it sort of looked like the ram was attached to the top of the lion's head. Then it sort of came into view for me. Is this for another project or the same? Is Lilith going to be here somewhere? Or is it for the same contractor? What was I doing? Right, I sort of finished those two pillars, didn't I? Yes. I'll just throw in some dark here between these supports. This might not be the final iteration, but you know, it'll look more akin to what it's supposed to look like. This bright grey that is here was really only there for me to define the sort of volume of the staircase at a point when it wasn't nearly as finished. When I was just starting painting it. I don't think I need it anymore. So let's try to make this look better. Then we start putting color on it. Boy, I've been waiting for that forever. Although, do expect that process to take a long time. Because not only are we coloring it, all of these supports, they're just lines, really crappy lines at the moment. It'll be animated. A tonsure, a monk's haircut, you know, with a completely bald head, but with hair around the fringe. Hence, I think that's what a fringe means. Well, we call it tonsur in Swedish. I thought maybe you had the same in English. I think also we just went past a huge whitewashed but with red wash building. That was the factory. I didn't see it myself, but I'm pretty sure that's where we were. And it's for the Lilith. Nice. So anyway, all of these supports, everything, that they're going to have shape. Very specific shape. And shading, and boy oh boy. Yes, it's going to take a while. 2 years later kind of wild. Yeah. If you want to jump cut, you have to jump to a stream several years from now. No, hopefully not that long, but I'm making no promises. Will I finish the staircase today? I'm not entirely sure. That doesn't mean that I won't be here for a few more hours. At least we're working on it. She did have a line like that, but a fringe is like hair at top falling down like bangs. Huh? What? Now it's a ram hat. Ram hat. Oh, I get it. Now I get it. Yes. You need to go to bed. That's fine. I'm going to look at what a fringe is, because I can't understand it. Ow! That's just me being stiff from sitting here in the same position for a long while. Thank you so much for dropping by, Mando. It was nice having you here. I don't think I'll do any more streams this week, because I have work starting tomorrow. But there will be more next. As I said, I have like 8-9 days off starting Monday, so I'll be working a lot. If there are not if there aren't more streams, there should be a few more streams. There should at least be lots of vlogs. So thank you, and good night. Sleep well. And cool Chimera. So, Mando says lug. Is that what it means? So it's not... I had no idea. Have I ever learned that? I mean, the meaning of fringe. Fringe. An ornamental border of threads left loose or formed into tassels or twists. Second meaning, British. The front part of a person's haircut so as to hang over the forehead. Yes, okay. Interesting. I've heard fringe mentioned, but I didn't think it meant that. Yeah, so Mando's example is correct. It's called lugg in Swedish. Arte, I tried to explain a D&D session, but my phone kept autocorrecting Bard into hard. It was hard Bard. My Bard is hard. And such. Autocorrect can indeed be a troll. I attest. Now this video is very soon over. It's getting very foresty there. This is more of a place where people go trail running, riding. And in Denmark there are very few woods. There is no place in Denmark that I would call a forest. They probably would, but I wouldn't, being from Sweden. Um, there are some woods. This is one of the largest, actually, which is pitiful. Clink. So the stuff people do in woods, they sort of try to cram everything into every single wooded area, because they use them. I think they use them all for recreation. So, and especially apparently, the Danish are keen cyclists. I knew that, but I didn't know that they also appreciate mountain biking. I mean, why would they? They hardly have any off-road areas at all. But that does not deter them, apparently. Instead, they just make sure to use those very, very well, very efficiently. So, almost not in the deer forest that we were just in. I think mountain biking there is forbidden. Oh, there it goes again. Let's stop it. Oh, right, picture. Which one was it? This one? Cling, yeah. I mentioned that we were going to look at this. And so whenever you go into the woods, usually, whatever trail you're on is very often crisscrossed by mountain bike trails. You can tell because there's always bicycle tracks on them, and they are narrow and they wind and they go as up and down every single slope they can find, and they like to go fast. Apparently, with no regard for anyone else. So it can be hair raising to walk, have a leisurely stroll in a Danish wood, because you're very likely to get nearly obliterated by mountain bikers. It's odd. In a country that doesn't really seem adapted for, or well adapted for mountain biking at all, that they would be so keen. Anywho, yeah, because you talked about it, I wanted to look at it. I'd basically forgotten painting in those crows, so thank you for mentioning. Sorry. Just came over me suddenly. Anyway, more staircase. So now we obviously need some staircase paint color. I believe it should be similar to the bookshelf color, but perhaps slightly brighter. I think we will use some of the bookcase color. I still have some left, some brown there. I'll gather all of it in a little pile there, and then we might make something similar. Pick up a bit of what's already there, because we're going to put in some highlights, I think. We're going to be more meticulous with this one than the bookcases, because it's further to the front, and I want it to stand out a bit. Now we must make sure not to overdo the standout part. It shouldn't stand there like a beacon. It should still look convincingly sort of natural given the lights levels and such here. So we surely will have to do some experimenting at first with the brightness and shapes, but I have a shape in mind for the supports, and I actually did paint one of them. Yes, there is one of them, one of those white supports that that has the shape I want for it. It's a prototype, if you like. It's still going to be wood, so I guess it's basically the same as I guess not exactly the same as the bookcases. It was made with some different kind of wood, but it's been treated and it's been there for a long while, so it's dark, but not as dark, and again, more detailed. So, andiamo. And yes, I know those bookcases are still empty. They're still a bit wet right now, so We might actually leave them for now and not come back to them on in this session. Those bookcases at least look a lot better now than they did before. They are a worthy backdrop to the stairs. Now then. So I'll likely start by painting. Oh, should you just do the upper part of the handrail first? That might actually be nice. Now let's do the middle part here to begin with. So basically here, from here to there. This is such a treat. How long have I waited to do this? Sorry, I had got paint thinner on the shaft of my brush. Oh, I love this. This is one of the best things ever when you've been looking forward to painting something. You've been painting background and background. This is sort of one of the first foreground-ish features. Now, of course, this part here, that was kind of a foreground feature, and I enjoyed painting that. But that was ages ago. That's nearly a year ago I painted that part. Let's see. Can I enhance your view? Yeah. Just try to move things so that you have a slightly better view of this part of the painting. I mean, so-so, right? Wood is an annoying building material, really? So, I'm not a builder or woodworker to any extent, but I hear there are lots of people who like it. It's getting very popular too. It's regaining popularity as a building material worldwide. You know, it has rather amazing properties, they say. That if if treated correctly, it will be. It's flexible, and it breathes. So it helps ventilation to some extent. It's very durable if treated correctly. This is just stuff I hear from people who know about building, not something I know myself. Still crazy. This painting looks like a 3D printer one, or so. Like the angles literally move. Which one are we talking about? Are we talking about this one here? This is when I touch the canvas. Now, here's an interesting thing, actually. Oh, observe. So, I want to give these things a bit of shape, but they're very thin. I just thought of a technique that we might be employing here. We might make them mostly uniform, maybe slightly thicker in the middle, and then we might indicate the shape with highlights. I think that's a very viable strategy. Or again, by sort of filling in background information. So I think I'll just start by making them purely vertical, thin vertical lines. I need a bit more thinner here, too. Especially in this part, because apparently I'm painting over some slightly wet background paint. Hence, sort of stick to each other. You went to the library, yeah. Thank you. I assume that was a... I take that as a compliment. As I mentioned in... it was in my painting update video, vlog. I very rarely go for a perfect perspective. This one does not have a perfect perspective at all. But I do make sure that my perspective is good enough that it looks nearly perfect. You know, it gives the impression of being perfect, at least with regards to what's in the painting otherwise, because an imperfect perspective can really detract from an image. It can make an otherwise well-made painting look awful, in my opinion. But if it's, you know, as long as it's not that bad, it's not distracting. That's how far I go. I try to make it so that it's not distracting. And since my paintings often have quite ambitious perspective, I do have to pay a lot of attention to it. But again, I could go to much greater lengths to make it perfect. I mean, the old... If I would do it, I would probably do it some old style, because that's how I am. With rulers and maybe projection even. Maybe making a smaller image with a... If it's this big, maybe I should make like a smaller image and really nail the perspective there, because if you want to make a complex perspective, if you want part of it, you had best sort of paint on a larger surface where you can draw lines to the horizon and to other points of... If it's a 3-point perspective, meaning angled slightly upwards or downwards, not just straight on, or you know, if it has more than two. How should I say this? You can have more than 2 vanishing points on the horizon, but if you have a vanishing point that's not on the horizon, then it gets trickier, and you need to use some special techniques to get that absolutely right. I have fiddled with that, but that was like in high school. That's the last time I did a really ambitious perspective. Well, at least one that I did sort of perfectly, and then I had to use a lot of measuring techniques to do that. And the easiest way to do a big complex perspective is probably to make a small painting or drawing first that's right in all senses, and then copy as best you can, either by projection or just really meticulous measurements onto a larger canvas. Today, I guess the most efficient way would be to use a 3D program, like I guess AutoCAD or anything in which you can make a polygon and which has 3D projection, or 3D imaging, and then you take a screenshot and project that onto your canvas, or I guess print it directly on the canvas as a guideline. Awesome skill sounds amazing. Thank you. I hope you were referencing me somehow. Oops, you see, actually, this strut here seems to be a bit off. It should probably be just a tad to the left to make sense. Oh well. The background there is not complex. We can easily repaint it, reposition it actually. It's so tricky. It should probably be in between these two positions. It was nearly in the right position before. I will go back and do corrections afterwards. So I guess we'll be sort of going through these several times and add more detail to them every time, because it's just stupid to try and finish one. First of all, it's easy to see if you make mistake, if you pull back sometimes and oh yeah, I have to correct that. Also, when paint is wet, it's a pain to paint further on it. That's good for when you're mixing paints, mixing on the canvas, and we will do a bit of that, but not quite yet. So we should keep doing this. Also, oil paint dries very slowly, so we have plenty of time to go back at our leisure and fix these things. This is such a joy. I wish I could put on more interesting, music that I like better. I was kind of jealous of Mando playing stuff, sort of commercial. This is also commercial music, but these guys made music specifically to be played in streams and such. Or rather, they allowed for it to happen as a form of promotion. I'd like to play some of the stuff I really enjoy. Some stuff that inspires me. Very few of these tunes actually inspire me, to be honest. Oh, you like the Grace? Yeah, thank you. It was I wouldn't say it was a huge amount of work, but surely a few weeks. There was a lot of planning. The more complex a painting I make, the more planning I make, meaning more sketches, much more. Planning individual parts of a painting, planning the whole composition, then planning individual parts, then maybe going back to the whole. Looking at what kind of perspectives work, and then when I finish that, I go to the canvas and I draw on that with kohl and look, does it work at this size? Because it's not. Sometimes when you draw something smaller, it doesn't necessarily work well as a big one or as a larger size. I'll give you a perfect example of that. This picture here, we'll change it for another one. I learned a lot making. Hello. Update. Okay, there we go. This painting here, which was I'd made so many sketches of that at first, on paper, but when I got it on canvas, this is a big one too. I think it's even slightly bigger than the one I'm working on. Once I got it sketched out there, I understood, no, this is nowhere near enough detail to give the same impression I wanted. And even though it looked good on a small picture, when I do it like this, it feels lacking. There are big areas here that are not interesting at all. So I basically redesigned the painting while I was sketching in kohl. I think I made, I don't know, 12 or so different versions on canvas, just complete redesign. Sometimes I had to go back on paper and what the hell, sketch some more kinds, and does that work? And draw it on the canvas and go, no. It took forever. That's the most complex painting I've ever made. I guess this one's sort of close. The one we looked at before was also quite complex, and this one here, this one is close in complexity. Might actually be almost as complex, although with somewhat less detail, I think. Happily. Painting the windows and bricks in this one took forever. That's it. In Forange stream, I play the DJ all the time. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's just that it's not that I'm afraid to. I'm not afraid to lose income. I don't have income from these streams. I guess when you're big enough to have income, that becomes a consideration. So maybe I shouldn't care and play them anyway. But I mean, those artists haven't agreed to be played for free on stream. I go back and forth on that. I mean, I realize most of them are big artists that have economic success already, and they probably won't be hurt by me playing them on stream anyway. But I don't know. I'm struggling with it as a concept. I want to play fair, you know. I do miss painting and playing painting to music that I really enjoy. That is can get you really high sometimes. So I thought maybe I'll do that sometimes, like paint and not stream while I paint. It's very rare that I paint. I can't remember when. Of course I can remember, but I don't think I've painted off stream for the last year. I don't think so. Have I? Oh, yes, I have. Oh, no? Yes, I did. Sorry. I painted off stream, but that was a gift for my nephew. Which I sketched on stream, mind you. I just didn't paint it on stream. Also, I had there's a sketch I made. I changed that. It was too complex. I didn't have time to make it. It was his Christmas present, you see. So I had to change it sort of at the last minute and make a much simpler picture. Because time was running out. Mostly for fantasy music. Yeah, so do I. Or at least a lot. It's very inspiring. Much of the time. I don't know, I'll think a bit more about it. Maybe I will offer that sort of a... Of course, I'm going to be very picky with the music, so I'm not sure I'll offer DJing privileges to anyone. I might hold that one for myself. We shall see. Anyway, should we do the... So now we've gone once along this. It looks like shit now. Because it's such a mixture of old and new here. Some white patches here and there. Should we just try to eliminate those sort of whitish patches? I think that might be best to begin with. Just do a very thin grey paint and go over them quickly. So I won't obscure too much, just eliminate that which is too bright. That's what it's supposed to be. But it shouldn't be that. Okay, oh, now I get it. I'm not sure. We'll just make that dark for now. So that's obviously a part of a bookshelf that I should have painted before, but oh well. What time is it now? 12:30. So I'm working tomorrow night, like, well, now it's, we might still call this Thursday, but so tomorrow's Friday. I'm working Friday to Saturday that night. So I'll be awake all night. I don't think I'll be streaming all night at all. I might be streaming for, I don't know, another hour maybe. Because I do intend to get some work done code-wise as well. I'm really close to being able to offer my game as a download, so maybe I will do the last bit of work there before getting to work on my... I really do want to work on my art program. You know, mouse support and all that, which I've been talking about now for several days. What's that? Is that a clump of paint? Be gone. Let's make that dark for now. Icons. I mean, I fixed those bugs yesterday, and it's so close. I want to add one thing to the game. One. And that's a win state. Some way for you to beat the game. Right now you can't beat it. You can play and survive. As long as you survive, you're basically a winner. How good you are is dependent on your position in the high score list. And the only way the game can end for any character is that they die. I think I'm going to add a possibility that you'll win when you beat level 10. I've already planned how I want that to work, so it should be easy to code, unless Visual Studio gives me more grief. So maybe I want to do that. And then I have to try to see if it works to download and install from my web page. That would be really cool. Not that I'm super proud of the game, but I think it's good enough to play for maybe a couple of hours. I think it can be fun for a little while. I've enjoyed playing it. I think it's a decent challenge for a little while. And a bit interesting. And since I'm so close to achieving it, I feel like maybe I should just do that. And then I can finally make the video, the instructional video, how you download and play the game. Sort of have that project done, wrapped up. Thank you. Did you see me play it any time? The Untrodden Landscape. Change this picture to a game picture. It looks like this. So yesterday I fixed 3 bugs. One I've known of for a very long time, like half a year. I just felt that it doesn't affect gameplay immediately. What it did was, if your character died and you went back to the main menu, which that's the only thing you can do at that point, the game over, then you could load an old character, but you couldn't create a new one. I thought, who cares? You can easily restart the game. That would reset. That's like 2-3 seconds worth of time. But I did find that and fix that. So it's a quality of life sort of change. The second one was sort of positive for the player. It meant that if you had a character and it died and it had magical items, then the next character you created would get the magical items with all the charges intact from the previous dead character, which of course wasn't quite the way it should be. So I fixed that. And the last one was someone the only one that really affected gameplay to a great extent, that I hadn't discovered, because I've been playing quite a lot recently. And that was when you came to when you were exposed to, or when you encountered bad weather, you were supposed to be able to heal yourself and put up a magical barrier around yourself as protection. You know? it's very important that you can put up a magical barrier, but it was not possible. It didn't work. So that meant that weather was sort of overpowered vis-a-vis the others, and as every dangerous thing in the games gets more powerful, more dangerous for every level, the thing that was most likely to kill you once you survived the initial portion of the game was the weather, because that you had no good way of protecting yourself against it once it starts getting really bad. So I had a quite good character who just kept taking more and more damage from weather, while basically taking less and less damage from everything else because she was getting stronger and getting better equipment. So I thought, no, that should be different, and I fixed that too. I'm very happy about that. And since I played so much lately, I don't think there are any more bugs in game. I think I've tried just about everything. Otherwise, every other function, and they seem to be working to satisfaction. I think what the win state should just be basically, you might even be allowed to keep playing if you really want to, although I'm not sure if most people would want to keep playing past level 10. I think they've probably had enough by that time, but I think it would just result in your name having a W appended at the end that will indicate that that character has won. So what I have to do is I program when you reach a certain level, probably level 10, you get the W. That's one thing. And also, of course, it should be impossible to create a character whose name ends with a capital W. Maybe a W at all. Maybe it should even be space W. It should be very simple to code. Both these things. Maybe a little sign which should pop up informing you that, hey, you beat the game. Bravo you. Maybe you should do something cool too, like allow you to level up beyond the max, because now you can only level skills to level 10 or raise skills to level 10. So technically, when you create your character, you can if there was no cap, you have at most 15 skill points to distribute. So it's technically possible to create a character with one. No, it isn't possible, but it could be technically possible to create a character with a level 15 in one skill. Now you can't. You can create one that has level 10 in something, if you really want to. I don't think that's advisable. Probably be better off having a more dispersion, but better dispersed skills. But that's up to you. But the thing is, I believe. The level cap is a global variable. Can I make it so that it changes it if you play a character who is beyond level 10? That's probably not impossible, right? Yeah, that should be possible. It shouldn't be too tricky at all. Just change the variable to like 100 or something, so you can just... Because boy oh boy, would it take you forever to level to 100. I'll think about it. I might not bother. I mean, I also want to get it done. I shouldn't think up too many things. I should focus on creating new stuff because it's still just a learning project, and I think it would be more interesting to make people excited about my next project, which I'm really trying to make truly, you know, a sort of. I want it to be a professional level app. You know, user-friendly and interesting enough that people will want to play. It should look good, play well, and feel finished. It'll probably be very small. I don't want to make a big project, but I want to make it sort of pristine. I want to learn how to do that and get it into my create the sort of mentality that finishes applications. I'm sitting here wondering how much of this lower bit I should keep. Should there be a border here, sort of lining the lower end, skirting the lower end of this, or should it be individual steps? I think I'll do border because individual steps might come to look bad. Yeah, let's go for border first and see what it looks like. I think that'll make me happiest. Darker, please. Need to use a few variables, then easy to go. So of course now when you level up, it checks against the variable, the max variable. It sees is this level at max or not. Yeah, you mean I could use a different variable, have two, and say if my player level is 10 or higher, or yeah, if I've gotten past level 10, then it will check against different variable. Yeah. I see. That's perhaps safer to do. Actually, it's probably more convenient. So I believe you're right. Yeah, it's easy. It's just that I should stop coming up with ideas. I feel. Because it should be it. I just feel that since the game, it can go on forever, but it's not good enough, in my opinion, to go on forever. I am planning to make a game that's basically, you know, forever playable. You know, basically the way people play Skyrim. People still play that game. Or The Sims or something. You know, a game that basically just keeps adding a single player experience, but that keeps fresh on its own. I have some other interesting ideas, or in my opinion, interesting ideas that I've never seen executed before, nor have I ever heard of anyone executing them. So it could be interesting. I've heard that some people have the same plan. You know, doing something similar, not quite the way I imagine it, but similar. And of course, it would be very weird if no one had the same idea as I. But I've heard of no game to date that actually tries to do this. And I really don't care if anyone has done it or it is being done. It doesn't matter. I'm going to do it anyway because, of course, even if someone else does that aspect of it one way, the setting and the art and all such things will be my specific combination will be unique. So it's getting done. It's a game that I want to be making for a while yet, because I still have to learn several things, but I think of it all the time. I was thinking about it when I was out running today, because I'm trying to come up with, design choices. I'll very likely try out. It's not unlikely that I, within this year, will start making sort of prototypes of it. Tiny games with aspects of the things that are going into that one. To sort of see how they work and how they feel. That's pretty exciting. Getting a little bit closer. Let's see here. Boolean variable maybe have a condition like if player level 10 is set to true unlock. Yeah. Kind of like that. I don't. You said you viewed quite a few of my videos. So you see, I had plans. This game was growing. Have you seen the the documentary about this one, where I spoke about how I made it and I spoke mostly of what I planned for it. So it was supposed to be a really small game, and then it was fun coding, so I made it bigger. And that was fun too, so I made it even bigger, and then I planned more and more things for it. And but at one point I realized, no, now it's not so much fun anymore, and especially as the level, I'd learned a lot of things coding it, but the stuff that this was the basic code of the game was so much spaghetti code that I thought, no, this is it's a pain to make new material for it, and even though I could make it better, I'd rather make a new product that's better in and of itself. Also, since this is not this, I was a bit excited, but I also had visions of better, more interesting games and better looking games than this, and also games for which I made that were more made on my own terms. So I thought, no, I should push on. So I left this, and what you see, I sort of left it, and I said I will polish this so that it is playable and in its current state. I'll make the current state the finished state, just polish the edges, so to speak. And that's what I'm finishing up right now. So what's in this game is about 30% of my grandest vision. Although the first iteration of the game, the first idea was like 5% of the grandest vision. This is perhaps even less, maybe 2. It was super tiny. This is quite a lot of content compared to the first idea, but it's about a third of the content that I had planned for it at the height of creativity. Oh, well, it's in the next room, in point of fact. Yeah, it's okay. Well, since it's been requested, give me a second. There we are. Is this better? What happened to the music? It's still running. Yeah, welcome back, Sonny. I know he's never left. I haven't had this on for ages. It was quite kind of dusty. Probably still is. I took a bit off though. But can I see well enough to? Probably. At least some rough painting. Streaming after midnight. It is the arte way. It really is inconvenient with these glasses, but here goes. What was I making? I was working there. Oh, never mind. Thank you, Sonny, for reminding me. Let's put on a new video here. Let's go back to Japan, shall we? Oh, there's that. Yeah, it's after midnight, so let's go to Ginza. Hang out. I believe this is the one. Yeah. So, actually, Luna, this is the train. The one you see right there, right now. That's the one we rode with the other time. That's the one. That's the start of the ride. Although at night time, obviously. In this video, its departure is the intro to a walk through Ginza. Sorry, I really have to take the glasses off. Can't see what I'm doing properly enough or well enough. Sorry about that. It's a huge difference. I need to be able to see color values for this to work. There. I see. Okay, now we have to make some decisions. Oh, no, we don't have to, but we have to try some things. There's my prototype. So a little bulge there, here, and at the ends. It's just indicated here, really. I'm talking mostly to myself at the moment, if you're wondering. Let's see. So we're sort of making the first finished version here, working on a stretch of staircase that's should be look almost like the finished version, or if not the finished version. So see how my ideas work. It's something that's worth continuing. So we take some brighter stuff here and we put it here. Let's see now. Middle. Oh, come on. Not a single. Not that much. Oh, this is so. Oh, kind of right, but just proportions a bit off. That's the middle, more like it. You guys can kind of see that, right? Let me point it out. So this is basically how I envision them all to look. Get it into your... You can kind of see it there, can't you? Here. This one is sort of done, right? You can see, but with the highlights there, I gave it a bit of shape. Like it bulges a bit on the middle. There's a sort of ball-shaped thing in the middle, and there's... Maybe I should just draw the idea for you on a piece of paper. I could get my things. Yes, yes. Here's my hands on such. So, oh, this is the shape I'm imagining in my mind's eye that each of these struts, support struts, should have. So you know what you're looking at. I think you get it, right? It's a quite common shape, or generally speaking, this is a common way of adorning such shapes, especially in older architecture. So I think you can see what I've been... Now you can understand what I'm doing here. I hope with that, giving you context. Right, back to the actual drawing, painting. Doesn't it? Yes. Tokyo is beautiful in many... Let's be honest. A lot of Tokyo, like many big cities, is awfully repetitive. I mean, there are just square mile upon square mile of housing, obviously. Where else would you have all the 35 plus million people? That and apartment buildings. So you have to sort of... Not all of it's exciting, but a lot of it is. I find some of that exciting too, but I'm a bit of a freak. I just enjoy environment sometime. Finding finding the little the joy or the value in a even a boring environment. But sometimes you get this sort of a vista, and often enough, I'd say. It's a big city, very big, so it has lots to offer. And you will come into this is a street that you'll see as we approach. We'll go further down this street. You'll see it's quite amazingly busy with signs and such. It's a sight to see, sight to behold in the night time for sure. Oh, we could like make some indications here. That would be intelligent of me, I'm sure. To make sure we're sort of on this. There's some unity, that they look symmetrical. Let's see here. So if I go. Oh, is this working at all? Come on. Ginza. Yes, you can see there, for example, lots of the signs, especially in Tokyo, are both in Japanese and English, of the main informative sites. So you don't have to speak or read Japanese to get relevant information. I think that's probably true for all the larger cities. There you go. Shopping street. The main shopping street in Ginza. This is going north. So if you remember, Luna, I showed you on a map the other day a sort of main street that carries from Ueno down to Ginza. And I said, if you walk this street, you'll find many of the things people explicitly go to Tokyo to experience. This is that street. The sort of southern end of it. So you can probably tell I made some dark markings here as a line, as a reference for me. So I don't inadvertently mess up the symmetry. It is super fancy. It might be the most fancy area in Japan. Because as I said, luxury shopping, it's just littered with high-end fashion and jewelry stores. Not just that, I mean, there's Uniqlo, the H&M of Japan, basically. Have a huge store there, like 8 floors or something. Where I've shopped several times. They have quite good, quite cheap clothing. Much like H&M. And of course, also all the art galleries. So many art galleries. And most of them are more high-end than the one I exhibited at. So many other cultural events also taking place here. That's an elevator. I just saw it go up there, and it's on a piston that pushes it up from the bottom. You know, I've never seen anything like it. So I was waiting here for a while to see if it would come down again, so I could film that, but it took too long, so I just walked on. Still, it also shows a bit the sort of level, the extent they go to make their stores look fancy. Really. Toraya. Yep. No, in the video you can see the very last bit of it moving up. But alas, maybe next time I go I'll catch that. Who knows? I'm sure I'll be walking on that street dozens, if not hundreds of times more in my life. I aim to. Not that that street in itself is particularly interesting to me anymore, but I use it to transport myself quite often. It's very convenient. Also, actually, a very nice thing in the weekends, if it's Saturday or Sunday, they close it off. No cars on it, and for like 2 kilometers. And they put you know, little cafes have put tables in the middle down the street. It's very festive. Too. I guess that enhances the shopping. It's probably very profitable. It's not on straight, is it? What a pity. It's so nice when you get the grip on something like this. You know, you can paint dozens of these in a quite short amount of time. Well, they will need some refinement after the fact. At least I think so. I'm wondering if I shouldn't paint these a bit darker to begin with. I think I should actually. Go over them once more, and that'll give the highlights more impact. Much like they have on this one here. Some of them are a bit too bright. It's easily done. I've done that many times, Sonny. Japan is delightful. What do you say, Sonny? Should we show Luna around Akihabara? Maybe you saw that one. I know Sonny's seen it, but I showed it quite recently, so maybe Luna has seen it too. Not that I think any of you two would mind. It was quite good. Lots of interesting things in it. I've eaten an entire pot of Nutella several times in my life, yes. Sob? How so? What does oh, doesn't yeet mean throw? You taught me. You guys taught me. Well, some of you guys taught me that yeet means to throw, or to yeet means to throw. So I'm not catching your meaning, or the meaning. Oh. That's looking a bit better now. Okay. Mahik. Mahik. What's that? It isn't. Don't worry about it, Sonny. It's not a problem. I've done plenty of scientific research on it. It's absolutely fine. Oh, yeah. Video over. Switching. Oh, there's this long park walk. So, yeah, we'll save Akihabara for a while. Unless... No, I'll show this for a while. Maybe we should save Akihabara for a little while longer. Did you see that, Luna, by the way? The Akihabara film? This one is probably quite boring, but it's interesting if you're interested in Japan. It was raining this day, off and on, hence the umbrella. Oh, thanks. And that's, I indicate the route that I plan to walk. I thought this was sort of curious. This park was, on the map, it looked smaller than it is. Much smaller than it is. I thought it would take me half an hour at most to walk through it. It took me like an hour at least. And though far from all of it's interesting. Okay, I hope you don't mind me sort of saving it for a little while. We did some walking around in a sort of shopping district. This is more relaxed. This is another place, part of Tokyo, out to the east a bit, not too far from the place I showed that I stayed this last year. This is a long, mostly connected park, which stretches through quite a bit of Tokyo. Again, Tokyo is huge, so in the context of Tokyo, it's not big, but but it stretches through many blocks, and you know, with the rain, with the it shows you how many aspects of typical city parks in Tokyo, and the kind of weather you will most likely encounter if you go here. Few animals. Just, it has a very, to me, this is very typical Tokyo atmosphere. You know, we just saw Ginza, right? That's a place where it's high end, it's luxurious, sort of high culture, high shopping, boatloads of tourists. Here, I don't think we'll see a single tourist. It's not, you know, it's only some kilometers. Might be 5 kilometers from Ginza, but if that, 4. That might be 4 or 5. But by far the most. Oh, look, turtles! 3 of them right there swimming. Turtles are very common in Japan. See them all, especially around water. They like to swim around in water, and in the sun they like to bask on rocks. You'll see them everywhere. Maybe not everywhere, in parks, sorry. This is more representative of Tokyo as a whole than Ginza is. Although the experience is a mix, obviously. I hope you appreciate. Whilst we keep painting. Are they real doves? I don't know. Don't remember. There's this cute little fellow though. I'm sure you know of the kappa. Kind of water-dwelling spirit or tiny demon. They're depicted of various sizes. Sometimes they're human size, sometimes they're this size. They're supposed to be sort of evil-ish. But they often depicted very cute, so I don't know. I mean, they're said to try to lure people into water to drown them, so I guess they're basically evil, but I don't know. Nearly all the time I see pictures or depictions, like sculptures of them, they're cute. And they like to name things after them. There's Kappabashi, Kappabashi Dori, so Kappa Bridge Street, the areas that take their identity from this creature. So there's a spider. Sorry about that. If you're not fond of spiders, then be warned. There, in areas like this, you will find spiders. Lots of them, quite large, quite colorful, so possibly poisonous. But no, if you go walking in the mountains, you should watch out. There are animals, spiders and snakes, quite a bit of them. I've seen several. As I was being very pedagogic here, pointing at maps and pointing which direction I was going to go and so on and so forth. That's for you guys' sake, you know. I want to give you some indication of my ideas, my thoughts on walking there. This is not something I've really done to a great extent before, but since starting YouTube channel, filming like this, I've discovered this can actually be quite fun. Because it's fun to share these experiences. And I mean, I get so much use out of these, and I love showing these and telling stories of things that happen when I film them, or you know, what the different places are. And it makes me happy just looking at videos of Tokyo. It really does. Yeah, exactly. I mean, those spiders there and those big, they're kind of big, but they're sort of, they're meatier than the spiders I'm used to, and they're more colorful, so they look kind of poisonous, you know. They look more poisonous than. I grew up partially in the countryside in Sweden, mostly in the city, but I spent like 3.5 years in the countryside in Sweden growing up, and you know we had indoor bathrooms with plumbing, but to save on water consumption, so we usually used it's called a dry closet, I think, as opposed to a water closet. You know, just a shed with a bench and with a hole in it, and that was always filled with spiders. Not the hole, but like the walls around it. No one cared, as far as I know, because no one seemed to take them away, remove them. So I sort of grew up with spiders too. So Swedish spiders, I don't mind in the least, or Scandinavian spiders. I actually encourage them to some extent because I like them guarding my apartment against other insects I'm not so fond of, like flies. Not that I am afraid of flies, but they're sort of disgusting. They go everywhere and they step on everything. You know, They like to walk around out in the fields, in the cow dung, and then they like to come into your apartment and step on your food. So, no thanks. Spiders help keep those in check. But I wouldn't want one of those spiders we just saw in my apartment. I was trying to film. There's a bird there, I promise, on the route, but zooming was shaky, so maybe you didn't see it. It was a beautiful bird, though. Yeah, I don't know why the mill is there. Maybe it was sort of, a demonstration of how water mills used to look, because it's obviously not an old one. It was obviously recently made as a decorative thing. Accessory for the park, But hey, it was pretty. Exactly. Spiders be guardians. But I know some people really. I mean, I get a really uncomfortable feeling when I see snakes. Doesn't matter which kind of snake. It gives me an uncomfortable feeling. That doesn't mean that I don't. I can be fascinated by snakes. Actually, I filmed a snake quite close. Not in this video, but another video that I made in Japan last year. So I was fascinated. I wanted to film it, but it also gave me I could feel my back crawling, the skin on my back crawling all the time. I don't like looking at them. I don't like knowing that they're close by. Doesn't matter how dangerous or not dangerous people tell me they are. So I understand people who can't stand spiders. It doesn't matter how unreasonable it is. If the spider is dangerous, it's reasonable. If it isn't, it's not. But the feeling is the same. So I completely understand that. If you like, I'll show the snake video later. It's quite good. It was. So we were at. I can tell you about it. You can decide if you want to see it. We were at a small zoo, actually. So there's this park in. It's another town. It's not in Tokyo, but it's basically it's in the greater metropolitan area of Tokyo, because it's continuous, like urban landscape all the way. He lives in a place called Omiya, which is in Saitama. Saitama is the prefecture just north of Tokyo Prefecture. So the sort of the greater urban area of Tokyo spreads over several prefectures, like 4 at least. It doesn't cover any one prefecture completely, but it sort of extends into several, right? So it's Tokyo Prefecture is where Tokyo is. That's where it gets its name. There's actually no city called Tokyo, or there's no municipality named Tokyo. Why it's called Tokyo is because that prefecture is called Tokyo, and that's where all the central Tokyo is, in the prefecture of Tokyo. And there's Saitama to the north, there's Kanagawa to the south, and there's Chiba to the east. Narita, the main airport, is to the east in Chiba. So my friend lives in Saitama, in a town called Omiya. And he likes to go to a park quite close to Omiya city center. So we often go there just for a walk whenever we meet there. And they have a tiny zoo, just a few. And it's completely free. You just go inside. It's part of the park, basically. And they have some monkeys and some birds and in cages. But as we were walking there, looking at these, I think they were monkey cages. or bird cages, and the cages were set, and then there's a strip of grass and shrubbery uh, between the path you're walking on and the cages. I think there was also like a small fence or handrail in front of that. So in on that strip, along the cages, came a snake crawling, and I've never seen any. Oh yes, in another zoo in Copenhagen, I've seen a quite large snake, but it was sleeping curled up, so I didn't see much of it. But this one, otherwise, among snakes I've seen in the wild, this one was probably the largest I've ever seen, and it was, I don't know if it's almost a meter long, which is actually quite large in snakes. I can't show here. Yeah, something like that, maybe a bit long. Maybe it was as long as this stick, but basically like my painting stick there. Maybe, I'm not sure. It might have been a bit shorter, but maybe if you want to see the film, you can judge for yourself. It was crawling along there, and then it actually started climbing a tree. But it was doing so on the backside, so it was really difficult to get a view of it. The part of the tree that was sort of turned away from the path. I've quite often seen snakes when we're walking in the mountains too. He likes to walk in the mountains too, so we do that quite a bit. My friend, that is. But of course, usually you see them 1 second and then they sort of snake away, snake off into the woods. On one occasion, there was one quite beautiful one that yeah, it tried to run away, I guess, but it wasn't doing it particularly intelligently. It was going along the path in front of us, so it was sort of running straight away from us, like a cartoon character, running from a car. It was very tiny. It's probably not bigger than that. It was very beautiful. It was black with a iridescent head, you may know. So scales that were rainbow colored, they sort of shifted in color. That was very pretty. Oh, really? Actually, they have quite a lot of different kinds of snakes in Japan. Um, not any that are really large. They have one that's really poisonous, but it's only in Okinawa, as far as I know. It's called habu. That's probably the most famous one because it's so poisonous. Um, but again, you probably know about Okinawa. It's a series of islands in the south, south of Japan, basically. So they're off to the south. They're tropical. Otherwise, Japan is temperate, but those islands are tropical. They are very popular as a vacation or holiday. Holiday resort for the Japanese, and I guess others too, but mostly Japanese people. I have not been there. So then they say that there's one other that's really potentially quite dangerous. Not nowhere near as dangerous as the habu, but that's on the mainland Japan. It's called Mamushi, I believe. I don't think I've ever seen one of those. But actually, if you think they're quite fascinated because they have so many kinds. I think they're quite fascinated with them. If you read lots of, any decent amount of like fantasy manga or or anime, there's plenty of snakes in those, like, but really, like always like big demonic kind of snakes, and I think that's inspired. Snakes and spiders are very common in, and apparently caterpillars too. You'll see lots of that in, like if you watch Naruto, what's the main bad guy has a snake. I haven't watched even near everything. I've watched the first few, maybe the first few hundred episodes. No, not the first few hundred. The first 100 episodes of Naruto, or first 50. I don't know. But there was prominently a guy who was a snake ninja. Rabbit Islands. Okay, so if I ever go to Japan, it's only a question of whether I live long enough. I'm most likely 99% sure that I'm going to go this year too. I try to go there as often as possible. Rabbit Island. I don't think I might have heard of Rabbit Island. I don't know where it is. Again, I mostly enjoy Tokyo. Sometimes I travel to other places, but usually not very far, because it's mainly Tokyo that interests me. I've thought of I want to travel around more, but it's sort of, imagine it like this. I'm interested in the rest of Japan as well. I find it fascinating, but it's when I'm there, unless I'm there for a very long time, I feel like I don't want to waste my Tokyo time, if you understand me. It might sound weird to be this much in love with a specific city, but I really am. I absolutely love Tokyo. Like you would love a person. But where is this Rabbit Island, do you know? Relative to Tokyo. Or relative to Japan. Orochimaru was his name. Yes. Yeah, it was ages ago that I saw Naruto. But yeah, he was Orochimaru. But you will see it in many others as well. Um, Snakes, spiders. So many. I thought Naruto was really fresh and cool as an anime when it came out, to me. It was when I was at university that I saw it. I probably came out a bit before that, and I liked it at the beginning. Those episodes were really, really cool, learning about their ninja abilities and such. But like so many anime, it's not only Naruto. It's clearly a what they call a fighting anime. Sometimes a single fight would drag out over like 5 episodes, and they would just, you probably know these conventions of anime if you've seen it. They would really sort of waste time about people. So under the guise of building suspension, right? It's fine to build suspension, but you don't build suspension for an hour. That's just bad filmmaking, and obviously just to make people. If it could have been for a few reasons. It could be one to have the manga creators sort of catch up, because they usually like they start an anime a year, 2 years after when a manga is popular, they will make an anime of it once it's gone on for some time. But eventually, of course, the anime will catch up to the manga, because the anime is made by lots of people and quite quickly apparently. But the manga is usually made by one person with some assistants, and they work their ass off. Uh, and I think it's mostly to drag out time, either to just sort of make people keep watching so that they can sell commercials, or just drag it out so the manga creator can catch up. It feels like that. I'm sure. I stopped watching when it came to that point. I wasn't interested anymore. It took too long. Nothing happened, in my opinion. And I know it probably went on from there, and there were likely interesting episodes after that. But I usually don't like long series that you have to follow to keep updated with everything that's going on. I like my media in smaller bite size. Usually, therefore, the beginning parts of an anime are usually more interesting because they tell short stories, usually one episode long. Sometimes 2 or 3 episodes. That's fine. But when they start to drag out, I usually don't enjoy it so much anymore. And you say it's so Hiroshima Prefecture is to the west end of Japan, and the inland sea. You have the big main island, and then so Japan is consisted of 4 main islands. The big main one that's sort of shaped like a banana, and then one to the north, which is Hokkaido, which is the second largest, I believe. And then I can never remember what the 2 other ones are. It's Honshu, Hokkaido, and 2 other names. But they sort of together between those 2 islands and the mainland. I think that's what they mean by the inland sea. There's lots of little islands there, and that's probably where it is. So it's a bit off to the side. I hope I will feel the want, the curiosity, and have enough money to go traveling around Japan more. That's also a reason. It's quite rare that I have enough money to go traveling around a lot. Because I spend all my money going there, and as I stay there for such a long period of time. I like to be there for 1 to 2 months. Usually closer to 2 months. That's what I like. But of course that means airline tickets. But then of course I rent living space there. If I used all that money in 2 weeks, I could travel around lots. But I want to be there for a long while, so of course I rent an apartment that's much cheaper than tiny. It's like a student room, really. But Japanese apartments are famously small. This is small for a Japanese apartment, but it's enough for me. But it's much cheaper than a hotel, obviously, for such long periods of time. Even so, beyond that, I have money so I don't need to eat, to eat and live sort of have a relaxed kind of existence there. Meaning I can eat what I want. I can eat out quite a bit, enjoy lots of different kinds of food. And I can go with my friends too. If my friends want to go for a short trip or go to some place that you need to pay to go, like one friend I said likes Disneyland, so we've gone there several times. I like it too. That costs a whole lot of money. It's expensive, but I prefer spending my money like that when I'm there. Ow! Actually, we're kind of done with this bit right now, and this might be the end of the stream. Because I've actually been going now for as long as I envisioned me to go, and no, we didn't finish the entire stairs, but I did prepare just about everything. I could go on, but I want to do something else this evening. And I'm very happy with this result. I think this looks good. Let me remove that so we can give you guys a good angle. Push this. So many things on my floor. At least right there. Please don't fall off. There we go. It's getting there. I like the way it stands out against a darker background. We have this sort of pillar here that's kind of bright and it looks weird there, but the pillar is going to be darker later. So I don't mind that. You can see I already started sort of shading it there to see what it looks like. I like the effect. Fix those bookshelves. Yes. Next week, the rest of the staircase, undoubtedly. Um, Maybe more. Could be good if I could get, if I could get like 3 painting days in my next in that 8-day period, 8-9 day period of 3 days. I'll be happy. 3 painting days would be optimal. Then we'd definitely get all of this background done. This all the rest of the details we need to do with the staircase. Fill this in with books. Fix a few of these, like that handrail needs to be a bit more detailed, like these. So not much, but a bit of shading, a bit of hue correction. Then you see back here, you see these very bright gray areas. These are walls. Those need to be shaded similar to these over here, especially that one. This one perhaps needs adjustment to those two portals. And then, yeah, there's some things to do down here on these little handrails too. Here you can see this is imperfect perspective. That handrail there should be parallel to that one in the foreground there, but it isn't. I'll change one of them, very likely the one in the background. Yeah, when I travel, I don't really enjoy traveling around much. Seeing that's not my style. That's not what I enjoy most. Seeing stuff can be interesting, but I better like experiencing one place. I discovered that when I lived in Italy when I was 20. I found, oh, this is the way to go. I could learn the language. I could really get into the culture. It felt like living there, understanding what it's like to live in that place. That's so much. I like that much more. Goodbye, Sonny. Thank you for hanging around. Wow, this music. Let's turn it off. It's a bit intense. So yes. It's funny. I'm looking at my painting in the monitor. I very often do that, but I guess it's also because I want to see chat. I'm going to just relax for a bit now, if you don't mind. I'm just going to let me take this hat off. It's a bit oppressive. Oh wait, that could be cool as hell. Wait a moment. Actually, just give me a while. I'm just going to. I'll keep commenting this thing and maybe show some other stuff, some pictures. Because I'm just going to relax now for a little while before I hop on to the next coding. Let me just go to the bathroom real quick. again. Does it even work? Oh, it's tricky, tricky, tricky. Just think it looks good. I should have him run my stream sometime. Let's see. I should have that as my AFK picture, I think. Maybe I'll take a photograph later on. Yes, so. It's nice. It's always nice to finish some, to feel that you've done a good job. Something. It's so little, right? It's not. It doesn't look like very much at all, but it's a lot of work like that. Just adjusting stuff takes so long. Like making this painting here, yeah, that right there, this lady in the water. Now it did actually take over a week to make because I had some amazing trouble painting the water. I'd never painted water like that before. Not the blue part, not the blue bit just up there, but the bit down here with different levels of reflexivity and then transparency. It was mostly the reflections, varying reflections of light and sky and foreground, and at what angle do you see down to the bottom. Actually, it was fun on stream. I had a bowl of water and I put different things in the bowl of water and stirred it to see how it looks in the waves. It was how the light breaks differently depending on how the water moves, all that sort of stuff. Lots of fun, but quite frustrating too because it took me so long, many tries. But otherwise, apart from that, if I hadn't painted water there, but something I know how to paint, um, well, now I know much more about painting water too. So the rest of that took like a couple of days. So this sort of painting, even though it might look kind of advanced in that it's sort of convincing, it looks realistic-ish. Um, it takes nowhere near as long. Also, those little paintings down there in the lower right, the airship and the planet. Like the airship took a few days. The planet, I think it took 2 days. And not 2 full days of painting either. Like I don't know, 10 hours each. It's nothing because when you don't have to deal with so many details, the more details you have, the more each detail has to work, together with the other ones. So you have to make sure that they match the level of light, the tones, so they don't look like they look like they're in the same place. Uh, Same level of light, same values, and that there's no bit that is much brighter than another. So you see me do lots of correction in this painting, right? Just sort of, oh no, this has to be a little bit darker, this has to be a little bit brighter. So several parts of this painting I painted like 4 times already, 4 layers. No, you never stop learning, which is good because it's so much fun. um, I'm kind of happy that people see the process because maybe they wouldn't believe it otherwise. Oh, you painted a part of a staircase in 4 hours. Or however long. How long did I paint? I started around 9:30. Yeah, so it's actually about 4 hours worth of painting, and I did some talking, so it's maybe not no more than 3.5 hours of actual painting. Let's say 3 hours of actual painting. That's not very much, but it depends on what you're doing. When you're doing this sort of work, it really tires me out. Sort of, I get tired of doing it because you focus on it, and and it's little progress, and as I said, like correcting small things. So you see very little progress. When you're painting something like that, a person, something that's you can see it grows on my webpage. Yeah, but I was counting out of those 4 hours how much it was actual painting. I think that was about 3 hours because I paused sometimes to do some things, tell you guys some story, or bring some new picture or video up. That steals time. That's very common in Japan. Such bridges over roads, very convenient, so you don't have to contend with traffic. Oh, nice to hear. What's I talking about again? um, I just thought that's weird. I just thought the rust pattern was nice. Yeah, it's so different. So if you go to my webpage, for example, the painting, if you go to my webpage now, it's a landing page where you can choose between looking at painting and writing, or coding stuff, or game stuff, or fashion stuff, and some other stuff too, and links to my web shop and Patreon and such. Um, oh, the delay is that big? Maybe you're having buffering. I don't feel like your answers are that late. Maybe you have like a minute of buffering. Um, that's Skytree, by the way. There, not all of it. Some of it's in the clouds, but that's the highest part you can get to, I believe. That little bulb thing. Oh, you can see the top there sticking up out of the clouds too. Maybe you can go to a slightly higher point than that. I'm not sure. Never mind. Did I make any video close to the Skytree? I don't think I did. It's not really meaningful, It doesn't look as impressive up close because you look straight up, and it's so foreshortened that you see that it's big, but you don't see how big it is up close, and you don't get nearly as good a view of it from up close as you do from a distance. So anyway, on my webpage at the painting section, in the painting section, there's a YouTube video that I linked. So it starts automatically when you get there. It's me painting a face. Um, a face. Actually, the face is of one of the characters in my story. So the face is of a character that my protagonist meets in this bookstore. But it was just for fun. I'm not sure I'm going to use the picture in the story. I just did it to envision her. I think she's going to have maybe have a bigger role in a future story. So anyway, that painting took about 6 hours to make, and I was painting continuously for 6 hours. Don't think I made a single break. No, I didn't, because I was streaming at the same time. 6 hours painting straight, no break. Maybe I went to the bathroom like once. I'm sure I was tired by the end, but I could have kept painting. I did stop. And now I feel like I could have continued a little bit. I forgot to sort of shade the hair. which kind of bothers me a little bit. But again, it's just a piece for piece's sake. um, but that because you can see it growing and you can see the end, you know that you're going to be able to finish it in one sitting, right? The end, even though I started from a completely blank slate, I knew I was fairly certain I could finish it in one sitting, and I could see as I went on, I felt, yes, of course, I'll finish this today. That spurs you on, right? It makes you enthusiastic. You can sit painting for longer than that even then. I have painted for like 12 hours. There are two things that can spur me to paint for a long while. One, that I'm making something awesome that I can sort of see growing fast, like that time. Or two, that I have a really big problem, like something that's difficult to solve, that I'm painting over and over and over again, and I'm not getting the results I want. That the frustration will keep me at it then. um, Usually, although the best thing is to paint something that's fun, something that's really growing fast in front of your eyes. Then you can sit for a long while. This, of course, though, this is nowhere near done. It's going to take weeks to finish this, even, in actual painting time. So it's probably going to take months to finish. I do think it's going to be finished before summer, but who knows, April? Possibly. It will go faster. Don't get me wrong. It will be much faster once we finish this background here. The other bits here, these front bits, there's more detail in them, but the detail in itself is bigger and it's easier to paint. If it's bigger, it's easier to paint. Doesn't require as much fine precision. That goes much faster to paint. So it will speed up. That's also a good reason to do the background first. That's the most boring, time-consuming part. Then the closer you get to the front, the more of a reward it is, the more fun you get from it. So it will speed up. I'm looking forward to it. That's why I'm so hyped that we're sort of nearly done with this bit. I can feel the end of this bit. And that's sort of, yes, soon. We'll get into the bits that are really fun. Actually, though, once we're done with it, I think I'll start putting people in here in the background. And that would be super. I like that. That's fun. Even though they're small, we can do tell all those little stories with characters in them. It is big and detailed. So yeah, this video is nearly done. So I thought I'd show some pictures or maybe a short video or two, just for fun. Before, oh, did I just knock my camera out? Yep. Come on now. I can barely touch that. I'm just touching the cord. There I am. Again, maybe I should move it over here. Less risk of touching the cord. It might crash again now, but the video feed. But it'll be in less danger of being cut off again. And a more relevant angle to what I'll be doing. Which is sitting over here. Where it usually sits. Which is yeah. Here. Oh, look, it's a live stream. That's a layout, by the way. I have a chat here. Code. So usually when I use this computer, I have it connected to this screen. You can see more of my code there. Did you know? Ooh, let me run a nice program that I made recently, although you might have seen that too. I don't know how much of my videos you've seen. Let's see now. If I run this, will it do what I think it will? Should. Yes, yes, yes. Whee! This was featured in one of my videos. It's a software graphics 2D software graphics renderer. I'm just trying animation, and I can move this dot with keyboard input. I'm going to fiddle with that more, but this is where I'm going to implement probably the first thing I'll try to do with the mouse is have it move this thing, and the second thing is probably to have it draw something, draw a dot when you press a button. You think the code looks clean? Thank you. I'm trying to learn better code. Let me see what it was I was showing though. Yeah, actually, this is my code, all of it. This is my display class. It's a C++ code, by the way. Thank you. I like to hear that because I've really been trying to write cleaner code. Really trying hard, and it looks much better now. The code for this program is very clean so far, and I'll try to keep it that way. Easy to read, well defined and delimited classes. Man, this stuff's still going on, isn't it? Look at that dolphin riding boy there. As I told you, that park was much bigger than I thought. Yeah, I want to keep it tidy, easy to read, and well-defined, well-abstracted functions, classes that do one thing. Because before I had classes that did lots of things, just because I got lazy, didn't want to make new classes. Good interaction between classes. That's something I'm quite new with still. Having classes, using functions of one class in another. The way I did that in my Untrodden Lands, that was filthy. But I'm really trying now, and it's fun. It's really fun to try and keep it that way. Have an ideal and work towards it. That's also a reason why I want to work on that code. It's super fun. It's my best code to date, even though there's not so much of it. And I love how cleanly this runs. So, um, you know quite a bit about coding, right? So I'm not using any external graphics library now, like OpenGL or DirectX. I'm going to eventually, but for the project I'm writing now, I'm not going to, unless it becomes necessary. But it shouldn't be. I feel it should be possible to write my next project with software rendered graphics, i.e. not using the graphics processor. I guess there's one thing that uses the graphics processor because I don't know any other way of doing it. That's a blitter function, which puts the image on screen. The way this works right now, because and one reason I wanted to program in a lower language was I wanted to access the screen buffer directly. Like they did in the good old days. That seemed, sometimes it's called the frame buffer. It probably has other names too. But the memory address space that is allocated for the pixels on the screen. I couldn't get to that point on my Raspberry Pi. I'm still going to try, but I couldn't do that without without C code. I couldn't do it in pure assembler. So for now, it's on ice. Went back to Windows, and I thought, maybe I don't know if I can get to the screen buffer directly through Windows. It seems very unlikely, unless I write like my own graphics library, and that's doing that through Windows seems really tricky. So I thought, even if I could, I probably shouldn't, because I don't want to study as much as I probably would have to do that safely. And there's this one called a bitblit function you can use in when you're coding C++ Windows with C++ that just throws a bitmap on screen. So I thought, well, can't I just have a bitmap and sort of update it, keep manipulating the bitmap? Because what I did before, for example, for the games for Untrodden Lands, the game we've been discussing before and you saw on stream, every entity in that game, everything in that game, every tile on the map, all that is one bitmap each. So for every time the game would do a round, it would do this bitblit operation for every bitmap, and it's like 5 times 5 tiles, so it's 25. Then there's a background, the white background, the black background behind the tiles. That's 27. 2-player sprites, which is 29, and then there's the picture, the scene picture, which becomes 30. So there's 30 blitter operations every frame, if you like. Not really every frame, but every time every program cycle. That's why you see if you move fast in any section, you can see it flickering a lot because it's blitting like crazy. So instead I thought, well, if I just use one bitmap, that's the size of the screen, and I feed information to that. I do everything I need before that. If I have different image files, I paste them onto the bitmap, and then once it's done, I blit it. That's what's happening here. It's super simple, obviously. It's just a huge black bitmap, and then those aren't really bitmaps, those little points. Those are just predefined super simple color information arrays. I know that's also a bitmap is that, but a bitmap has a quite complex header. You've been complaining about bitmaps, so you know that. These don't really have a header. I know what they're like, and they're very small. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm really looking forward to experimenting more with this and see if I can make a real game run smoothly, at least like a 2D game run smoothly with this method. I think I might. Although maybe I might have to shrink the screen a bit. It depends on how much other work I have my computer do. How complex is the AI and so on. What else? Yeah, so I'm doing that because it's a challenge. It's nice. I want to try that because that's as I understand it, that's the way they used to work with graphics back in the day. They used to access the frame buffer directly and basically do with the frame buffer what I'm doing with this bitmap. And then I thought I'd like to create my own image file type, at least for my own programs to begin with. I'm probably going to have to work with bitmaps eventually. I don't know. Maybe DirectX doesn't allow you to use anything else than bitmaps, or probably some others too. But any one of the sort of established types, I don't know. I shall see. But I look forward to designing my own to begin with. It's partially because of pride. Can I do it? Well, let's see. An intellectual challenge. Can I do it? Bit of pride. Look what I did, and also learning. If I understand how that works, and if I can optimize something to run smoothly here, then of course I can translate that, at least parts of it, to more advanced graphics, incorporating the GPU later. So it's a way of sort of setting limitations in order to learn to program efficiently. Right? It's quite crazy indeed. Yeah, how far computing has come in the short time it has existed. This is the end of the film, by the way. Finally. I don't know how long it is. I gotta check that. No, there we go. Over here. How long are you? Oh, just over 1 hour. 1 hour 30 seconds. It's not as long. I thought it was a bit longer than 1 hour, but hey. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Uh, I learned. There we go. Um, yeah, I use a mixture of books and the internet too. uh, but actually, and some things have been tricky to find out. So I thought, even though I'm just a beginner, once I crack basically how this works, I think I'm almost ready to make a basic tutorial. Because it's like this. Yes, the video we just saw was 1 hour 30 seconds. Everybody, or not everybody, but there are so many ways to approach coding, right? You have different goals, and you have different methods of doing. Different types of people have different ideas of how they want to learn something. And I discovered that there seems to be quite a lot of people who want to learn sort of like I want to learn. That's the feeling I get from many of the questions on forums, Stack Overflow and similar places, Code Guru and such. But there does usually their attitude is met with, well, that's not the easiest or best way to do it, so you shouldn't. Sometimes someone will give them an answer, but it takes some time to find those. And I understand that if you're a professional coder, in the market, your method is quite it's useless. You shouldn't learn to do it that way because if you want to get if you want to get a job as a coder, you should really learn to do it the way we do it for real from the get-go. That's the efficient way. I get that. But not all of us want to work in the market. I want to code for myself, and if I want to make something commercial, I probably want to do it myself. I do want to make something commercial, but I want to do it my way. And I just have this. I learn in my way. I have learned a lot, but I've learned it very much my own way. So I thought I'll make a series of tutorials for people who want to code this way. Maybe it's basically approaching games coding the way I have approached it. I'm sure someone will find it useful. Some people won't. A lot of people won't. Some people will. But it'll be there. It'll be easy to find. If you ask the sort of questions I've been asking, then you'll find these videos or my blog or whatever. Exactly. And I really wanted. I do so like to. I would like to write more in assembly language because it's cumbersome, but you also have such minute control over everything that happens. And boy, does it let you. It makes you understand what you're doing. It makes you understand how the computer's working. So once that's why I'm keeping that as a side project. I do want to learn more. I really want to get to grips with that, and when I do, I'll probably make videos about that too. Anyway, some other nice pictures maybe or videos. I thought there were some relevant things I could show. Like there's tons from this drive about Japan. Like the picture I was looking for before, for example. Let's just go for this one at the moment. Click. That, by the way, is in the old fish market. So, what's the most insane part? I'm sure I'm not sure what you're commenting on right there. So, but so I would love for you to. Yeah. I get it. And I really like that. So, hope I can get further. I think if I could just write a bit of sort of setup code, because the thing is, you might know about the Raspberry Pi. It's a sort of hobby teaching computer, computer made for learning about computers, and many hobbyists like it because it's tiny. You can put it in things like robots, and it's handy to. You can use it as a media center, whatever. It's super popular. There are magazines about it called the Magpie. People using it for all sorts of different projects. It runs Linux, and that's where I've been studying assembly programming on the Pi. And it's been fun. But once I wanted to set up uh, the frame buffer so as to be able to write real graphics to the screen. I got to the point where I could make an ASCII graphic program, and I programmed a very basic level editor for a very basic ASCII game. I didn't finish either because I wasn't. It's a lot of work, and I wanted to do something that kept my enthusiasm up. So like now I understood that. Let's learn about graphics, and that was the wall I hit. Zoom, because I looked and looked and looked. I bought several books, online. I can recommend you looking into it. It's a very fun little computer, super cute. I'll show you sometime. It's actually right behind this one. It's that little gray box there in the corner. It's tiny, tiny, tiny. It's a so-called system on a chip computer. When I get back to coding on it, I'll probably make some videos about that. Yeah, it's my first time with Linux, which I think is good. I want to, get more experiences. You learn more. So you have to cooperate with Linux to some extent, of course. And I did find some tutorials on how to set up the frame buffer, but there were there were two problems. Or basically, either they were for bare metal programming. I don't know if you know, bare metal is if you code without an operating system. So your program needs to run, it has to set up the computer instead of the operating system. It's so cute. It's so amazingly cute. It's the cutest computer ever, in my opinion. Maybe that's because I own one. There are other tiny cute computers too. Um, this is my baby. What was I saying? So either bare metal, i.e. no operating system. Basically, you don't have to write an operating system, but your program has to do all the things an operating system does to beginning, set up the various like memory sections that handle the various chips inside the computer and connections to there's input, there's keyboard, there's output, screen, all that stuff. So that's a bit beyond me at the moment, although it's sort of tempting to try and go there, but again, that'll take so much time later. Otherwise, the thing is, all the documentation, the sort of official documentation for Linux interaction, the Linux API, if you like, is in C. It's written in C. So if you want to know how to interact with Linux, the most convenient thing is to write your program in C, because for all the software interrupts for Linux, all of them are listed. There are a few hundred. They are listed in C. How to use them is listed in C. So I thought, yes, even if I just use C to learn what values to use, because the thing is, maybe you want to send a certain value to a certain software through a certain software interrupt to get a handle to the screen, let's say, or get information about the screen and get a handle to it. In assembler, those have to be actual numerical values. You cannot write but in the C code, they are set up as I don't know what you call those, macros maybe. They have names. They're listed as their names, not their values. So on the official pages, they're listed as their names. Like get screen or whatever. It doesn't say 205, which is the actual value. It just says get screen. That's just an example. It might not even be the right one, but you get the point, I think. I need the actual value because I can't write get screen in an assembler, and if I do that, it just goes. I don't understand. What do you want? Speak proper human, you know. And so even if I just want to use C to get the values, I still have to use C. So learning how to code in C seems to be key to accessing the Linux software interrupts. Boy, this turned into a very geeky coding stream, didn't it? From a painting stream. This is ostensibly a painting stream at the moment. But that's very interesting. I kind of look forward to studying C because it's such a classic programming language, and it's always good to learn something a little bit different to set the things into perspective. But focus now is Windows. That's hobby. Once I learn something meaningful, I'll make a video about it, I think, for my coder enthusiast followers. Anyway, big crab and tuna. So that is, they in the recent years they've moved the big fish market because obviously in Japan, they eat lots of seafood. That is quite famous. They have a huge fish market in Tokyo where everyone who buys fresh fish for their business now, mostly restaurants, right? They go there and they buy fresh fish fresh off the boat. You might have seen on the news sometimes, auctions where they go. They have huge tuna fish, just like this is a model, obviously, but like that laid out, and they take bids. How much for this one, how much for that one, and I don't know. That happens at what 4 o'clock in the morning or something, and the big trawlers come in from the sea, and that's a popular place to go. And for quite obvious reasons, that place is also around that market, which is at the harbor. They established loads and loads, like dozens, maybe 100 fish, seafood restaurants. Just several blocks just filled with them. This is one of those. Recently, they moved that fish market. I don't remember what. I think the area was too small. It was growing and they didn't have more room there. So I think they moved it to another place. It's funny. I've been walking around in the area where it's said to be. But I haven't been looking for it specifically this year. Well, I lived very close to that. They didn't move it very far, and I lived quite close to both where it used to be and the area where they said it is now. But I didn't really find it. Again, I didn't really look for it, but I thought I would run into it by chance. However, there's not all the restaurants have moved yet. It looks kind of half abandoned, that area now. I'm not sure whether this is abandoned or not, but it's certainly not as busy as it used to be. But that's one of those fronts. It's kind of crazy. Let me see. What's this stuff? So actually, this is one of those beautiful views. You get lots of these kinds of views in Tokyo. You can actually see the sky tree in the distance, which means I'm in the south looking towards the north. Oh, it's on its side. Never mind. I guess you're more or less familiar with Gundam. How about this one then? That's at least on its on not on its side. Oh, the Sky Tree was really far away in that one. In between the skies. It looked like a tiny match, you know, from that distance. Another picture from the I took from Tokyo Tower. Let's now that we're here, maybe we're doing this bit, I'll just close down a few of these and focus on one picture at a time. Ah, come on. So you can see it better, you know. So many good views. It's a really good one. That's taken from the... So, this is taken from Rainbow Bridge. Basically, the train, when it approaches Rainbow Bridge, it goes along... You see one of these sort of three lines, three roads or whatever stretching along the, horizontally there in front of the large pyramid or triangular building. One of those is the railway. So I think quite a lot of pictures of Tokyo. I don't know which area you mean. So the place, the view I showed before, taken from Tokyo Tower, you could see Fuji. Tokyo Tower is right here in this picture, in that big red thing sticking up. And Mount Fuji is sort of to the left here, or like 45. If 0 degrees is straight ahead in this picture, then 45 degrees to the left. So sort of just out of sight here, or perhaps a little bit more to the left. That's the direction of Mount Fuji. I've been there a lot. As I said, I've spent over a year in Tokyo by now, altogether. Maybe I didn't say that, but I have said that before on streams. um, but I think this is quite a famous. Well, possibly if you want Mount Fuji, you have to take it from, imagine going to some place to the far off to the right there, and take a picture that way. Then you'd see Tokyo Tower in front of Mount Fuji. But that area of Tokyo, because Tokyo Tower was quite iconic with regards to Tokyo, they used to feature it in all the pictures, and they could get a picture with both Tokyo Tower and Mount Fuji behind it on a good day, and of course looks fantastic. So yes, there are probably postcards and such with that picture. So this is taken from Rainbow Bridge, and you can actually walk across. I have many more. Let's see. Like this one. This is the other end of Rainbow Bridge. Something you don't see from the train is how it sort of splits up. So this is basically looking the other way, but I have also walked quite a bit. So there's one walkway on each side of Rainbow Bridge. So you can walk along either side in both directions. It's of course noisy because all the cars and trains go there, but it's also a fantastic view. Both sides have fantastic views. One towards Tokyo, one out towards the harbor, or the industrial harbor at the outer edges. And see, at one end you have that spiral that you went round, or loop, or whatever you want to call it, and at this end it sort of splits up into several levels like that, and in a curve it looks very pretty. It's a beautiful bridge. It's huge, and but they managed to make it aesthetically appealing at the same time. I think that's very impressive. And at night they light it up in rainbow colors because it's Rainbow Bridge. That also looks great. I might have a picture of that. I know I took one, but it's just that I have hundreds, so I might not find it. That's the problem. Also, like this sort of picture, just sort of displaying. This is on the back on the other end. This is where you have that loop thing. Just from below, looking at it from below. I love this kind of thing where you see crisscrossing railway tracks and highways and such. It's such a different world from Scandinavia, where you see there's never anything like this. I'll find some nighttime picture. Let's see. I'll try to, rather. Let's see if I can find one more, something else interesting for you to look at in the meantime. Another place with some interesting. This is a completely different place. Just looks fun. Many roads intersecting here. So okay, back in Denmark. This was the one I was at. Very few pictures. Oh, that's cool. Is it cool enough, is the question. Oh, this was actually from just before the fireworks festival. It hadn't started yet here. But this was the place. It was along a river. Southwest end of Tokyo. Or not really end or edge, but in a sense you might say that. It's really difficult to say that it was an edge, but what's that? Just a fancy car. Just showing as I'm browsing through my image, photograph files, I'll bring up various things. Oh, this is one of the most interesting buildings. It's so interesting that it has a sign that is, if you don't live here, you're not allowed inside, because I'm sure lots of people have asked, can I come inside? This one, that one, it looks like like Lego almost, with little boxes with round windows, stacked boxes with windows in them. I walked, as I said, walked past the entrance. There's a sign, both in like Japanese, Chinese, and English, saying, "If you're not a resident, you're not welcome inside." Because you can guess, right? How many people wouldn't? What the hell is that? Can I go? Can I go inside? Can I have a look? What does it look like? Are these apartments? Do people live in like square box apartments with circular windows? I think it's a little bit famous. Not super famous, but a little bit. Looks kind of trippy though, in my opinion. Ooh. Oh, it's on its side. Bother. Can you see that? I think you can. They call it the Italian garden. A garden with sculptures in it. All copies of its famous Italian sculptures, and it's sort of laid out like a classical Italian garden. It's quite well hidden away, so not many tourists go there, though it's not terribly far from. It's sort of along. It's on one side of that railway track again. If you walk instead of ride the train, this is a view from the other side, looking to the south from Rainbow Bridge. And here you can see these sort of islands in the foreground. They are the gun emplacements, the actual daiba. That's what the area, all the stuff you see behind there. I think you saw that from the train ride, some of those at least. We went sort of past there. The train passed along that line of large buildings. But we didn't see so clearly the one with the big ball inside it or in it. That's the one said was one of the large broadcasting network's main offices. Actually, they are the apparent. I think they're the broadcasting network that broadcasts One Piece, the famous anime, because they have a kind of anime museum there in their entrance, and One Piece is heavily featured, if you like. At least I have there's some nighttime pictures from Daiba. Just looks very spacey, so heck. Here you go. This is one of the train stations. We went past here on the train. Maybe you remember that building with the sloped facade. It's kind of eye-catching, I think. But around there are many eye-catching buildings, so who knows? Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, some pictures from a temple. The one temple I took, when you asked about Todai before, or you mentioned Todai, I spoke. Oh, I said, talked about a temple that's close to Tokyo University. This is it. With, of course, a Skytree in the background. It's interesting I try to, whenever I could. Oh, hello again, Rachel. We've finished painting and we're now just going on a Tokyo tour. Shall I can turn the feed of the painting back on so you can see what we did. I don't know how long. Maybe you've been lurking. This is sort of the tail end of the stream. Ended up doing this, lots of correctional work in the background, and then eventually this bit. How are you? How's your work coming along? I'm going to turn that off again. That's the one I mean. You mean this temple here? Is the one you meant? You have to understand that there are many temples in Tokyo. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Rachel. So this is not the only temple from which you can see Skytree. I don't think, anyway. But this is one. It's interesting to take pictures um, um, in Tokyo of the Skytree, because you can see it from so many places. You can put interesting foregrounds. I have several, so I'll try to find them as I go through here. Thank you, Rachel. Going to work on it again next week. Don't have more time to paint this week, I think, because it's mostly work at the hospital from now on. I was looking for a specific picture that Luna requested here, that I told her that I had, but not having any luck finding it so far. And I'm just bringing up interesting pictures as I browse past them, in my vast collection. Me at Disneyland in my fashion collection, hat excluded. If you're curious about that, that's part of it. Work can get in the way of some good art time. Yeah, I know. I I think I mentioned though that starting Monday I have a good long while, like 8 to 9 free days to work. I'm going to get lots of good stuff done then. I'm sure. Looking forward to it and making good update videos. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Rachel. This is an interesting place. I'm sitting at a Starbucks at, yeah, Shinagawa Station. It says there, which is a place. It's a rather large train station. It has trains leaving for, I think, both airports, Haneda and Narita, and several other locations too, I think. So a lot of people, and they're passing right below you there. It's a nice place. Those seats are usually taken, but if you wait long enough, basically you take another seat and wait for a seat to get free, to get untaken. You know what I mean. Okay. Oh, right. Oh, these here some nighttime pictures from Rainbow Bridge, meaning I'm probably getting close to having a nighttime picture of Rainbow Bridge. Um, I'll give you some of these. They're not bad. This one's cool. This is out towards the harbor. No, not there either. went walking off in a different direction. um, then I'll give you, I don't know, this one. It's a bit blurry. It's that. Yes, it is. It is much of a Tokyo feel. I try to take pictures that are sort of representative of various aspects of the city. I think I'm doing quite a good job of it too, most of the time. Oh, this is perhaps not such a great picture, but it's sitting at this point. I was working coding in Akihabara, which is great because that's the place where people make, it's associated with electronics, computers, computer games, and so this is very common for me in Tokyo. Either this or even more common, studying Japanese in a cafe like this with a nice street view, having walked the prerequisite 10 to 20 miles that day, obviously. Ooh, nighttime sky tree, and a good picture too. Bit blurry, but still. So of course it has lights. Some of them sort of are animated, let's say. Kind of normal view for you is a cafe, maybe, or lots of study like that. Yes, it felt super cool actually. I enjoyed it immensely. Well, I took lots of pictures of this construction site, so I had best show them. I think almost without a doubt this is some of the stuff preparing for the Tokyo Olympics. Ooh, yeah, good, 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 good. From in sort of inside that structure with the great big ball in the middle. A completely different feel here. Hmm. Also different place, but also Skytree. But all the other pictures you've seen of Skytree so far has been from the south or southwest. This is from the northeast. Oh, you meant the harbor. Yeah, of course, Egypt has immense harbors. And Germany too, I suppose. What's going on there? You mean the the bird? I was just walking there, and this bird was posing. Another fake boat. There's a surprising amount of fake boats in my photographs and films. I didn't notice before you mentioned it during the other stream. Hmm. Mix impressions here. Railway yard. Previous picture. I'm sorry, I don't remember. um, what was in the previous one? I'm afraid. Oh, I'm in a big folder, so it's a bit sort of difficult to keep track of where I was. Lots of old town kind of places, which I'm sure would interest you. So here you go. And with Skytree in it. Don't remember precisely which part this is, so. But this is old style Tokyo, you know. As you guys probably know, Tokyo was severely bombed during Second World War, and so most of Tokyo you see today has only existed since after that. Most of the oldest parts are from that time. Very few structures from pre-World War II remain. Some do, but very few. And so the oldest kind of housing you'll see is this, which I'm guessing, I'm not sure, but it seems like a very uh, likely thing that they were lacking housing severely, so they just built quickly, as fast as they could, as much as they could, to house all the millions of people. And this was the result. So basically, they look like traditional Japanese tree houses made out of wood, but made with don't know what metal sheets instead. And that's the sort of housing you'll see a lot of still in many areas, although it's getting progressively, or they're replacing them obviously a lot. What's this place? Oh, I know. This is Ueno. I'm a bit surprised. I'm so certain I took pictures of the Rainbow Bridge at night. I can't for the life of me find them though. Other view of Rainbow Bridge. Not at night, but still a good one. Oh, might have found it. Let's see. Well, it's a nighttime view of Rainbow Bridge, but I don't see the light. The light show sort of multicolor, but we'll look through these and a few of them. Good one, good one. Start with this. Maybe I'm wrong in that it's all the colors. Maybe it's shifting. Can you see that the underside of the bridge is sort of green tinted? It might be that it shifts. So do I, Rachel. I, absolutely. What's the word? Bask in a. I read it as roads actually. Um, I love seeing those signs too. I enjoy reading them, especially when you study Japanese. They get even more interesting because it's like every single day you understand more of what they say. They become more interesting like that. but they do look different, and they have their own peculiarities in how they present things. So as I said, I might have been mistaken in that the bridge is lit in all the rainbow colors. It's more like if you see the underside of the bridge is slightly green, I think it shifts. So it's green, blue, red, yellow, etc. Purple. That's probably how it works. I just remember it being lit in the rainbow colors, but possibly not at the same time. Let's see if we can find one where it has a different color then, sort of to bear out this theory of mine, but I don't seem to have one. Looks similar to Cairo? Interesting. Yeah, those little boats are they are restaurant boats. There's a picture here with more of them. So the restaurants, you step on sort of further into the center of the city and they ride out there. This scene without the bridge, that's very similar to Cairo. Okay. Yeah, I imagine lots of cities like that look, big cities probably look very much alike if they have at night, because you eliminate a lot of the peculiarities of the architecture, and you see lights on big structures, and the lights themselves, you know, the main structure of most large buildings is very similar. So I can entirely believe that. Oh, this is interesting because I don't think I've showed much of this um, sort of scene. So this is along the might be the biggest river flowing through Tokyo, the Arakawa. I'm glad to hear it. Awesome. I haven't, to my recollection. If you don't, there are a few ferries between Sweden and Denmark on which I've had the odd meal. Oh, also between Denmark and Germany when I was a boy, and my father used to take us on road trips around Central Europe. We used to go to Denmark. There was no bridge back then, so ferry to Denmark, and then ferry from Denmark to Germany. But I guess that's different. It's not the same luxurious feel, I'm sure. I did enjoy it immensely, though. It probably was as awesome a feeling for an 8-year-old me. So anyway, along these big rivers, there are like two, two really big ones through Tokyo. At least what you might. There are a few more, but they are, they're quite far out. This one's still close enough that a lot of the inhabitants can get there, and they use it, of course, because it's so spacious around here. So along the river sides, there are, as you can see, a couple of paths you can walk or run or bicycle on, and people do all of that and more, and roller skate and pogo stick and everything. And I don't think I've seen anyone on a pogo stick actually, so I just imagined that. But also, you can see that now here it's not really taken advantage of much because this is towards a rather uninhabited or unused end. But otherwise, there are lots of sports fields like baseball diamonds because Japanese love baseball. It's very popular there. And football fields, only a few actually. Mostly baseball diamonds. And some open lawns where people just bask or have picnics and such. And I like to go there too, because it's Tokyo is a very crowded city, obviously. And it's difficult to get some time, some space. So I enjoy going here. Here's another picture. And peculiarity, these little blue things, tarps in the shrubberies, those are actually sheds built by homeless people, which you also see a lot alongside the rivers, especially these ones. In the shrubberies, nearly every shrubbery big enough to keep a shed. If you get to the sort of fringes of central Tokyo, not the fringes of the urban area, but the fringes of central Tokyo, you'll find lots of these in so many shrubberies. There's a little blue shed built by some homeless people. It seems as they even have like little communities, so it's semi um, official. They have they built maybe even they've lain some stones down as a path, and there's a bicycle parking space. Very orderly. Captain guy, not exactly a captain, but still actually let me in the room where the wheel is. I don't know what it's called either. Oh, really? That sounds pretty nice. I actually like these parts of Tokyo a lot too. What's this part? So another thing along these, you've seen on most of these pictures, they have highways running along them because there's space there, but not on the ground. So they're all raised like that. And here you can see two highways connecting, joining up. And there's traffic on them all the time. So you see this sort of these raised platforms stretching the highways, and with continuous trucks and vans. There are cars too, but they don't really stick up enough that you can see them very well. It's a very, very peculiar atmosphere, and I do like it a lot. I love going there, just hanging out there. Not really standing there, but walking along, feeling the space. I guess to some extent, the fact that you're so near a big city, really in it, and that it's all around you, kind of enhances the feeling of space. There's one place where, at the very mouth of this river you see here, there's a number of large bridges spanning it, which I lived in such a place. It wasn't very near to where I lived, maybe 6 kilometers away, but I went on some rather long runs, and I ran and sometimes walked across those bridges quite a lot. And took some pictures too, I believe. That's a very, nice experience and some very interesting areas there. So I'd like to show you if I can find those pictures too. I might have passed those in my browsing here already. I don't believe I went there at the beginning, so I should be looking at the other collection or later folders. Let's see, as far back as this. Oh, no. No, that's still Rainbow Bridge. It's a different feeling from that bridge. It's not as pretty as Rainbow Bridge. It's more industrial, but it's worth it, I think. I'm just looking through the folders from from 2019. Now I have thousands and thousands of photographs from other years too, which I could look through, I guess. It's already 3 o'clock. actually. Let's see. Hmm. I'm surprised. Didn't I take pictures from there? I thought I did. Or was it a film? Did I film that bit? Let me see if I can't find a film now that we're looking in. Hello. Although I'm not sure I can show it from this device, directly from the hard drive, expansion drive. So I might have to show it another time because it's downloaded, or download it and then show it another time. Sorry for speaking so incoherently. Hmm. Oh, right. There's actually another train ride that I taped in another part when I was going to my friend once, to my friend's place. It's an interesting train ride in his town too. But let's not do that now. What's this? That might be. No, no, that's those. Oh, right. Hmm. Let's just try one and see what happens. Where's this? Oh, it seems to be working well, at least as if I'm not doing anything else intensive. Oh, that's another walk. I will save that for later. Sorry. What was I? Oh, another walk again. But this one here was a train ride. Oh yes, and quite an interesting one too. It's short, mind you. Let's end on this one. This will be the last bit of the stream. This train ride actually divided into 3 pieces. Because I didn't film this time standing still at the stations. But it's actually, we're going over those bridges I was talking of before. This train will cross the mouth of the large river eventually, which is over that to the in front of us basically, but not the water you see here. Over by the big sort of chimney looking thing in the distance. This is an area of Tokyo that I guess some tourists come here. I've seen a few, but like a handful, an actual handful, compared to the boatloads. A lot of them probably ride this train though, because this train goes to Disneyland. That's what where I was going at this point. So they probably go travel by this train, Skytree again in the distance, looking straight north at this point. So we are in the south, straight south of Skytree. Um, let's switch to the next one there. We had that one going, so here we are. I was saying what? Yeah, so they travel by this train. I don't think they get off here. They can. It's actually there are some interesting things here. Um, some museums, like a botanical garden. That's basically the stuff in the things you see right in front of you here, but it's difficult to identify because there's trees in the way. And now we're actually on our way up onto one of the many bridges spanning this river here. It's quite interesting. That's the river. And on the furthest bridge from us, you know, furthest into the picture, you can actually walk across. And as you can imagine, it was perhaps not so surprising to you that there's a lot of traffic. And I guess some large boats have to get in and out of here because this bridge is quite high at the highest point, as you can see. So that often come running from the north there on this side and sort of veered off and run off to the left in this picture, back towards Tokyo. We're still in Tokyo, but uh, so to the southeast, you might say. And there's actually one more segment. Might as well show that, as it is the continuation. It's probably the least interesting one, but you get to see this. This is what apartment complexes and offices look like when they're not in in city centers and don't need to be showy. Not as big as Chinese ones, for example, or Russian, um, but quite sizable. And they're very distinctively Japanese. I've never seen architecture quite like this anywhere else. It's basically it's very basic, but of course they have peculiarities to them. But, I think you'll notice that they don't look quite like anything in the United States or Germany or Egypt. They have their own style. Yeah, I love trains too. And I love it when they go along routes like this, so you can So you really get to see something when you ride them. That's the best part, you know, getting a show as you're traveling. Always loved it. Highway toll station there, I think. Okay, that's it. And I think I'll end the stream here. It's time to code. So I thank you guys for watching the painting and the Tokyo walking. I've had a great time, and I'll be back with update vlogs and streams next week. Probably some vlogs over the weekend, actually. I know one's coming up on YouTube, but I'm probably going to hope to record one more at least today. Meaning Friday. So, with that, I wish you a good time of day or night, and goodbye.